sisi sote wananchi tushangilie.
Yes. Welcome to Africa 24. This is your 24-hour YouTube channel, whereby you know that every day you have to get informed. You have to get educated when it comes to politics in this show. Of course, I am taking part in this political show because Leo will be back soon, and he is safe wherever he is, and I know he is following this political show in behind the scenes. Of course, my name is Boniface Kimanzi. Today, I hope wherever you're joining, you'll be able to join the studio so that we can share more when it comes to politics in our country, Kenya. And as you can see in your screen there, you can see the topic today is President William Ruto versus the Gen Z. Gen Z, of course, there is what happened today. There is a statement that was given by President William Ruto that tomorrow, that is 1 minute. If you're following Africa 24, I know we have a lot of followers. You are following from UK, you are following from abroad, you are following from even East Africa. I know someone from South Africa, you are following Africa 24. You are Kenyan living in USA, Virginia, living in California, you're living in USA, any part of United States, welcome to Africa 24. I know there it's daytime, but here in Africa, that is specifically East Africa, is midnight. So what I can say, yesterday, now it's past midnight. So yesterday, there is a press statement that was given that Ruto will be able to join the X, formerly known as Twitter, so that he can have a debate and conversation with the Gen Z. And I've been following what is happening in the Twitter, the trends actually, and I can tell you that Kenyans have rejected some of the Gen Z leaders. There are some people who are saying that they are the leaders of the Gen Z. They have been banned from that X dialogue that is going to happen tomorrow. So I am asking myself, is this the correct way? Because why would some of the people be banned from accessing the X? And again, is this the right way to have the dialogue with the Kenyans? This is the question that Kenyans are asking when you follow what is happening in the Twitter. And of course, I'll never forget that and a lot of things happened today. We saw there is a last tribute that was given to the one and only Rex Masai. This is a guy who was shot by the police during the protest, and Kenyans have showed a lot of concerns when it comes to this Rex Masai who was shot by the police. And today the tribute was held around Gong Road, and I have more news about the Rex and how Kenyans are saying about the police protest. You know, Kenyans have been complaining that police are so brutal when it comes to the peaceful demonstrators, and also the Gen Z. It's like they have withdrawn the protest because the goons have infiltrated into this protest, and now you can see today they had a plan that they go back on the street, but still they have not gone to the street because they fear that the goons might just come. And also, when the goon joins the demonstration, then it is not peaceful. Of course, you have seen the DCI, that is the criminal investigation department, giving us some of the faces that are in demand, that are wanted. You have seen the pictures in the social media for those who are wanted by the DCI directorate, are looking for those people who vandalized properties and also got the opportunity to damage properties in the parliament. So a lot of things are happening today. Of course, the main topic today is Ruto engaging with the Gen Z. The Gen Z, the Gen Z, the Gen Z tomorrow. I am very ready for tomorrow because the conversation seems to be very hot. But there'll be some regulation. I don't know whether Ruto will be following this conversation or it will be just the helpers, the advisors who will be following what the Gen Z are saying. Of course, don't forget that this is Africa 24. Wherever you're following, make sure you subscribe, comment, and also tell us where you're following from. I'll be sharing the link here in the comment section. So if you're following from the Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, you can join us in the studio so that you can tell us more about what do you think about Ruto's meeting today with the Gen Z. Do you think this is the right way for the government to have conversation with the Gen Z? I do think those people who have proclaimed themselves as leaders of the Gen Z are the one who are ready for this conversation. Of course, I will not forget we have the Euro tournament, the Euro tournament that is happening in Munich, Germany. I will tell you that we have today, that is Friday, we'll be having the quarterfinals. Spain will be playing against Germany. France will be playing, Portugal will be playing, Switzerland will be playing versus England. So we have a Euro tournament. In Africa 24, we keep you entertained, informed. We have the sports show, we have the love show, that is Bed of Roses, that happens here in Africa 24 every Friday. Tomorrow, that is today, we have a lot of things. We have Euro, we have love. So if you have problems with your partner, then you don't have to worry, because in Africa 24 you will get informed. Of course, this was just a glimpse, but again, talking about William Ruto today, I have been following what is happening, and the response is some of the people have been blocked by this X account that is owned by William Samoei Ruto. William Ruto is the president of the Republic of Kenya, but I have seen people complaining that the X account is not accessible for some people. I don't know who owns this account for William Ruto. Is it William Ruto, or is the communication department? And why are they blocking the Kenyans? These are the people who are giving their grievances so that you can present them. You are the president of the Republic of Kenya. So why are you blocking the Kenyans? They have the right to express themselves, even if they are giving abusive language. You know, these are Kenyans. So people are complaining. I have seen the poll that is saying there was someone who posted there and was asking how many are ready to join the conversation in the X account tomorrow, where William Ruto will be hosting. And 65% are saying no. They are saying William Ruto should not host them. William Ruto should just come and join their conversation. So they are not ready for their William Ruto's invitation. So they want William Ruto to come and join their invitation. So a lot of things are happening. But what I can say is that those are the polls that are there in the X account. But I'm waiting to see what is going to happen come tomorrow, when we be having the conversation between William Ruto and the Kenyans. I can see Simwe saying not to football, please. That was just a glimpse. Some of the followers maybe want to know what is happening when it comes to football. And football is also involved in Africa 24. Africa is a big family. Simwe saying wanablokiwa kwa sababu ile matusi bana, sio poa. Yeah, I know Kenyans, they love abusive languages. But again, you are the president of the Republic of Kenya. Either someone is mad or not mad, either someone is sober or not sober. You have the mandate to be the leader because they chose you. So you should accommodate them either in the way you feel it's good or not. So blocking them is not the right way to do for the Kenyans. So Kenyans are asking, why is the account blocking us? Some of the headlines that we are here in the media today, you have seen that conversation between William Ruto and the Gen Z. Of course, the last tribute for the Rex Masai was shot by the police. And also, we have seen in Lake Victoria, whereby the fishermen are complaining about unconducive environment, whereby they are saying their fishing areas are not protected by the government. So they are urging the Kisumu government to come and help them. Of course, you have seen in Ukambani, whereby they are saying the teachers are going to go, the doctors are going to have 21 days strike because they are not be paid. Those are the headlines that we had today when it comes to the media. And of course, Kalonzo Musyoka has spoken today. Alonso has spoken today. I'll be giving you more about what Kalonzo Musyoka has said when it comes to William Ruto's government. And you know the opposition is there. Opposition is there. I've been following yesterday what is happening when it comes to the Senate, and the Senate was there, and there was a hot debate when it comes to the SRC, and of course the SRC, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission of Kenya. They were saying that they're going to propose that the state leaders will be added some money. And some of the leaders have rejected the money. They're saying that no, we don't want this money. Why are you giving us this money? So the leaders are saying we don't want this money. The likes of Jalas, Jalas has been there saying that we don't want the money because why do you want us to be killed by the Kenyans? So they are saying they don't want the money. The SRC are saying that they're going to give them money, but no. So they are questioning why. Bobo Wino has rejected the money. Jalas rejected the money. Of course, Edwin Spooner is on top line saying that he don't want the money. So those are the headlines that we had today. And of course, you don't remember what we had today when it comes to politics in Kenya. Politics in Kenya is something that will be continuous. It is something that stays there for a long time. And of course, as we give the headlines, I am joined by Jeburu. I know there is a daytime, that's why you are shining. Jeburu, karibu sana katika show, and you tell us more about your view about the President Ruto versus the Gen Z conversation that is going to happen tomorrow. That is today in Kenya, East Africa, via X, formerly known as Twitter.
Thank you so much, Kimanzi. Yes, as you have heard, our viewers, my name is Jeff Buru, and where I am is still daytime. That's why we are still busy. I'm heading home. It's around 4:10 p.m. Yes, Mr. Kimanzi, I want to say that it's very interesting that for the first time in the history of Kenya, we have had the legislatures, the members of parliament using money. That's the most interesting part, that all of them together they are saying that the SRC is being unfair to them. It's being unfair to them by increasing their salary. I think that is a good thing, and that's a great mile that has been achieved by the young people by pressurizing our leaders to act responsibly. Because previously they have been increasing their salary without caring about other people, without caring about whether teachers are well paid, the police, the army, and other people in the civil service. But today they are very, very careful, and they are afraid that should we accept this pay rise, we are going to be in trouble, Gen Zs. And Kimanzi, this is what I have to say. I totally support demonstrations, but I don't support hooliganism, and I don't support those people who go out there to destroy properties and to steal properties. But if people can come out in solidarity and in good number and march in the streets, castigating the government for what the government is not doing right, I would support such a movement 100%. And it is out of Kimanzi, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I can hear Jeff. It's like you are not in the right track when it comes to the network. But of course, I will be happy to see you back. I can see Goodyear has joined us in the comment section. Of course, Goodyear has been the great ambassador of the Africa 24. Goodyear will be here with us until the end. Of course, Goodyear, remember we are giving the headlines for today, and the main headline that we are having today is the conversation between William Ruto and the Gen Z. That is going to happen today. That is the East African time. That is the biggest conversation. And Kenyans are asking, why is this conversation being done online? Can William Ruto get another way to talk to the Kenyans? Is this the right way? Will he be there following the conversation, or this will be done by the advisors? Will Ruto talk in this space? And the Kenyans are not ready. They are saying they don't want the conversation that is invited by William Ruto. They want Ruto to join the conversation. And some of the social media influencers there, formerly Twitter, now they are saying that they have been blocked by the government through accessing this X account. But again, I I think everyone has a point of view about what is happening and why is this conversation is going to happen today, and what is the essence of the conversation. Because at the end of the day, you cannot just go there to just to talk without mission being accomplished. So, what is the essence of this conversation? And is this the right way to have the dialogue with the Kenyans? This is what is trending in the X account and also social media. And don't forget that in Kenya, we are having this a chant that is going. When you go to any place, you'll be hearing people saying Ruto must go. Ruto must go. They are saying the government is pressing them either economically, politically, and also making them to have tough time when it comes to the staying in this country. People are saying they want to quit the country. So this is what is going. Of course, the headline, and of course, remember to subscribe to the Afrique 24. Remember, Afrique 24 is a big family whereby you'll get to know and get educated. So I want to play a clip here so that we can move ahead as well.
Mike. We don't have the network. Just go.
Are you ready? Ati mtu anaitwa ati ni journalist, a journalist. Linus Kaikai. You were there to embarrass, you pulling the president to make him look like a stupid person. Linus Kaikai. Media gani hiyo natuambia ya media ya Macharia, media gani hii? Unafikiri wewe ndio mtu wa media? Tumesomesha watoto kwa media wanaelewa ni nini? Ulikuwa umepanga kutaka kuembarrass pulling our president. Pure kabisa ati Linus Kaikai. Kumbavu kabisa ya mtu. Rais ameelezea ukweli. Huyu sio stupid. Huyu sio stupid. Ile maswali watoto yetu waliuliza. Vitu ni mingi. Hata mimi nakubaliana na hao watoto. Gen Z. Kuna vitu mingi inafaa turekebishe. Kuna vitu mingi. Misara ya wabunge ikuwe reduced. Hata ikiwezekana hii constitution tuiripiri constitution. Hii mavitu ingine kama women rep positions mingi haina maana ikuwe scrapped. Mbunge akule mshahara 500 sio ati na sitting allowance na umepewa. Maneno ya CDF ndio wabunge wanakula to scrap hiyo. Vitu ni mingi. I stand with these children, our kids. Lakini huyu mkumbavu anachiita ati Kaikai. Unauliza maswali ya ukumbavu. Ungeenda Githurai ukiwa mtu wa media na kamera. Utuonyeshe huyu ndiye amekufa, huyu ndiye amekufa. Kuacha kuja hapa kutuharibia China, kumbavu kabisa wewe. Shetani ashindo kabisa. Hiyo ndio naweza sema. It's a shame pulling the president, embarrassing our president. Ati Linus Kaikai. Pure kabisa. Aya Kasmo Kibichumba Joy. I approve this message 100%. Ndani mpaka ime. Ati mtu anaitwa ati ni journalist, a journalist. Linus Kaikai. You were there to embarrass, you pulling the president to make him look like a stupid person. Linus Kaikai.
That is one of the William Ruto followers, of course. Is trying to defend William Ruto by saying that the journalists attacked William Ruto while they had that round table in parliament. That is in status. But now, that was just 3 journalists. They had Latif, Kaikai, and also they had the Jack Agay from the NTV. So, will Ruto be able to accommodate these Kenyans tomorrow in the X? Because, Kenyans in Twitter are very harsh. Will Ruto sustain the comment section there? Will Ruto sustain what the Kenyans will be saying there? That is the question. Because if we can hear what one supporter is saying, is just giving tough words, Will Ruto accommodate the Kenyans tomorrow, or he will just leave the conversation at the start within just 5 minutes? That is the question that I am asking today. I can see Goodyear saying, oh, no, 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 Ruto should not go to space. A lot of people are being blocked. Ruto is going to stretch his lies. Of course, you have seen a lot of Kenyans saying that they have been blocked by accessing the X account for William Ruto. Who is doing this, and why is doing this to the Kenyans? Goodyear is saying, what? Linus Kaikai did a great job. Let people embarrass Ruto. He has embarrassed a lot of people. Yeah, that is one of the comment section there saying that they should respect Linus Kaikai. And I've seen the comment section there in X account for Linus Kaikai. And I think people have started attacking him when it comes to the comment section. You know, when it comes to cyberbullying, Kenyans are on top notch. Mason Sanders is saying it will be a waste of time. It will be a waste of time. That is one of the followers here saying. Jeburu, do you think William Ruto will sustain the kind of comments and hate speech that will be coming from Kenyans in the X account tomorrow, or will you just be there hearing what the Kenyans are saying? What is your take about Kenyans? You know, Kenyans.
Kimanzi, William Ruto is not new in politics. He has seen it all. He was there. Right now, he is the most experienced politician that we have in the government. He became a member of parliament immediately from the university when he was very fresh, and he has never lost any seat that he has ever contested in. So putting William Ruto, it won't do much to him. He is used to everything. If he was able to sustain the heat of bullying from the Uhuru Kenyatta regime and the handshake regime, and he was being attacked from left, right, and center, especially through the mainstream media, there is nothing much that you think he cannot accommodate. William Ruto has a big heart, such that he is able to sort out what is important for him and ignore what is not important. He even joined the Gen Zs, if you are not aware, in one of the Twitter conversations. They were abusing him directly, but he didn't care much because for him, he knows and he understands politics. That is why you saw it was very easy even for him to forgive the people who did very bad things to him when he was campaigning, because he understands politics. So for him, he's going to focus on the conversation. And it's not very easy to distract William Ruto from what he wants to say. As I said here, he is not an average person. He is above average on the way he perceives things and the way he articulates issues. So I expect him, if he'll be given time, to be able to articulate the government position on what is happening. And also, I also want him, as much as it is okay to do what Kenyans are asking him to do, also to give a commitment that those people who have found themselves as the victim of violence, that they are going to be compensated, and not just being compensated, but also those who did those things, like stealing, vandalizing businesses, putting in fire people's cars, and other bad things that happened. Those to ensure that those people will be brought to book, be prosecuted, because that is the only way we can have an organized society. I have seen people stealing from supermarkets, stealing from other shops. All those people should be arrested. Can I tell you something? There was the Trump demonstrations in America. People demonstrated. They went to Capital City. Those who were peaceful, nothing happened to them. But those who vandalized businesses, those who destroyed properties, even today, they are still behind bar. We have over 500 people still in jail in America because of the riot that was witnessed in Washington, D.C. Kenya should not be an exemption. For us to have an organized society, all criminals must be arrested and prosecuted, and the innocent people should be released. So in the capital city of Kenya, we have cameras everywhere. We have CCTV cameras everywhere. Kenyans should help the government to identify those criminals, because those were not Gen Zs, they were criminals who decided to take advantage, to go out there, steal people's properties, burn buildings. Yeah, I agree 100%. As much as the president is going to listen to Gen Zs, there are people who are crying because some of them lost their businesses. Some of them lost their cars. We also want to see them compensated. Some of them lost their houses, their homes. He should come up with a plan to ensure that those people are compensated so that they can be where they were before the demonstrations. That is how I see it, Mr. Kimanzi. Thank you.
Oh, nice. No, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Buru. And I can hear that you're saying the goons should be arrested immediately because we have the CCTV coverage everywhere in our country. And of course, you know, in Kenya, every chance, you know, people will take opportunity, either good or bad. They'll take the opportunity to either benefit or not benefit. That's why you're seeing people are taking this chance as a way of looting other properties and also making sure that they engage on those activities. I've seen what is happening. There is a group of people I have seen in social media today saying that they are requesting the government, there are some of the people, some of the leaders in the government who supported them, who said that they're going to pay them so that they can loot property. So they are saying they want to be paid because whoever promised them that they are going to get the money, then still they have not been paid. So my question is, do we still have those kind of leaders who can sponsor goons and go to loot other people's property? And if it's so, then that is wrong. What someone is saying, it's not about sustaining, but showing up and engaging with the audience. It will show the president commitment in having a conversation with the youth. Yeah, I agree with you, but my question is, was it going to reach to this point whereby we can have a conversation via online? Does it mean that William Ruto cannot go to the 47 counties so that he can talk to the Gen Z? Does it mean that online is the only place that can have the conversation? No, a lot of questions rhetorically are being asked here. Goodyear is saying Ruto playing the mind game to at least survive 2 terms. I can't understand people liking Ruto without art. If he cares, he should start by equipping the hospitals and the clinic. That is good. He is saying that if William Ruto cares more about the Kenyans, then he should start by equipping hospitals and the clinics. That is good. He is saying that you should do this from the start if you really care. Jebut, we have seen today in Kenya. There is. I'm going to play a clip here whereby some of people are saying that we are sponsored by leaders in this UDA government, and also they promise they are going to give them money after this protest. Do you think these goons are saying the truth, or they're just trying to take this opportunity to cover up and also do bad things when it comes to the UDA government? Of course, you know, there is something that is ongoing that people are chanting, Ruto must go. Do you believe there were some leaders who sponsored the goons?
Thank you, Kimanzi. For me, I'm someone who desists completely to rely on rumors and things that cannot be substantiated, because if I do so, it means I'm not professional enough in everything that I do. So when people come out and say we were paid by so and so to do ABCD, unless that can be proved with evidence, it becomes very hard, because how sure are we that you have not been paid to go out there and tarnish the names of those people you are mentioning? So it should be looked at a wider perspective. In politics, it is all about competition. I am very sure there are politicians who saw an opportunity that William Ruto and the government of Kenya Kwanza, we have not been happy with it. And now here we have a team called Gen Zs, and they would have wanted to take credit out of it, and also, if possible, cripple the government of William Ruto. So when you hear people coming out and saying we were paid by the government to go and loot, to go and destroy properties, you should ask yourself, how sure are we that you have not been paid to go and say you are paid to do what you are doing? So some things, they need to be substantiated. They need to be backed by evidence. Evidence can be a video of a leader paying you money to go and do ABCD. But mere words are just nothing, because we cannot take that. We cannot take that. We know the politics of Kenya. Our leaders taint each other's name, and they think by trying to bring the other person down, or by character assassinating the other leader, they think that they become better option for the people. So that is the kind of politics we play in Kenya, very dirty politics. So we cannot just believe someone who comes out and say I was paid. We want to see the evidence of who paid you. Can we have a video of that person giving you money? Because we are not sure whether you have been also paid to go and say that we are sent by someone to go and do what you did. So it's such a slippery and sensitive question that you are asking, because it cannot be proved beyond reasonable doubt that what these people are saying is indeed true.
Yeah, Job is saying that unless proven, then maybe the goons, those people are saying that they are trying to give a bad image when it comes to the leaders who are in the older government. And there is a lot of conversation that is ongoing, that people are complaining more about these goons. Of course, what happened in Ogataro Guy, people are saying that those were not just protesters, but those were the goons. But again, people are saying, Kenyans are crying that William Ruto, it looks like he doesn't care about what is happening, because when he was asked in the live interview during that conversation with the journalist, he said there is a question whereby he was asked by one of the journalists there. He was asked, William Ruto, do you think the president? Do you think that that was fair for the boy who was shot 7 times by the police? And he asked, is the boy alive? That is what Kenyans are complaining more when it comes to the who does government. And
can I tell you something, Kimanzi? In law, we say you should not only be fair, but you should be seen to be fair. What Kenyans don't know is that William Ruto is not a president of Gen Zs or a president of one section or one person. He is a president of the Republic of Kenya, a president who controls all the institutions of government. The fact that you're having demonstrations does not mean that other government activities stop. He has to continue doing what he is supposed to do as a president. So don't expect that a president of 50 million people, knows everything. He only knows what has been briefed by the security apparatus or the information which has been given to him, because the president does a lot. I had an opportunity of being a HR manager of around 250 people. If I used to feel overwhelmed by 250 people, what about the president of 50 million Kenyans? And you know, as Kenyans, we are not very calm people. We are very stubborn as Kenyans. So I try, or I tend to think, the kind of workload that the president is having. So expecting that every question you ask the president, he must have the details. To me, that one is being unfair. That the president even knows how many bullets were in this person. And those are things that cannot be proved. Aden Duare was saying, unless we see that person and be shown that person. Because he even asked about it before he went for the media interview. And he said they are yet to receive such a report that there is a boy who had 8 bullets. So remember, apart from, I don't want to deny, because I am not even in Kenya and I wasn't even in the street. But remember, nobody showed a boy on the media who had been shot 8 times. So in such a situation, you expect people who want to take advantage of the situation to tarnish the government, to use a lot of effort and a lot of money so that they can spread rumors and propaganda. So I don't know whether you have that information yourself, that indeed it is true. There was a boy who was shot 8 times. And then today, Kimanzi, we are in the digital era, whereby almost everybody is equipped with a video camera that every time we see an event, we are able to capture. Have you seen yourself someone being shot those many times in any of the video cameras that you can show to the viewers? So let us not just go with what the mainstream media tell us, because we know very well that the mainstream media has been so hostile to the government of William Ruto. They have not been acting in a professional manner. They have been showing a lot of biasness on how they frame their questions, on how they report. They have been one-sided, attacking the government, attacking William Ruto when he was the deputy president, saying things that were not true and factual. So why do you think we should believe them now? Today, I believe the social media more than the mainstream media. The serious Kenyans today, they don't even listen to the mainstream media, like Standard, like Citizen TV, because they decided to be biased. They decided not to act professional, because we expected them just to be telling Kenyans the truth and facts. But that is not what they were doing. So why do you expect that we are going to believe them today? It is very hard. Even when they were questioning the president, some of them were so unprofessional. It was like attacking the president, direct attacks. It was uncalled for. Why? Why are you asking as if you called the president, or the president came there to be humiliated? Or what we wanted to know is, what is the position of the president on the demonstrations? It was not the time of trying to pin the president down. After all, you fought him before he became the president. Now he is the president. Respect him. Even if you don't respect William Ruto as the president, respect the office of the president. That is what we call the referent power. It is called the power of the office. That is why it is important to respect the presidency. The fact that today, Kimanzi, you are in the media, if a leader comes to your station Don't feel that now you are bigger than that leader because you are the one questioning that leader. Respect the presidency. I didn't see that respect. They were questioning the president like the way you can question any kid out there. To me, it wasn't very fair. To me, it was unprofessional. To me, it was not a standard interview. Number two, they were also not letting even the president finish his line of thoughts. So if you call me for an interview, give me time to explain myself and express myself. And don't ask another question before I finish what I was trying to say. So Kenyans, we have not been very fair to William Ruto as the president and also to his government. As much as we are saying the government is not listening to us, have we taken time to listen also to the government? Because a conversation is two-way. I talk, Kimanzi, you listen to me. Then I keep quiet, you talk, I listen to you. Then we can now analyze, reason, and judge and know what is the situation and what can we do about it. We don't do that as a country. We only shout. We only shout to the government. Oh, government is corrupt. Oh, William Ruto is a thief. William Ruto is a liar. Why? Because that is the propaganda which has been peddled out there for 5 years, 5 good years. Somebody's name being tarnished when he is quiet. We know who are the owners of Citizen TV. We know and we understand. Actually, he even came out campaigning for Raila Odinga and said we are campaigning for him. We know who are the owners of Standard TV. We know all those medias. They are owners. They have political interest. So at no point we are expecting them to be fair to the president. That is my point. That is my point.
Thank you so much, Buru. And I want to just ask you this question. Of course, I have heard you saying that it's like the journalists, some of them came there in that round table to humiliate the president. But again, you know, those journalists were representing 50 million Kenyans. That's why they
Who
were
told
asking
you?
the kind of questions. They were asking the kind of questions.
Had you sent any of them to represent you?
No, but you know, as a journalist, you have to investigate. So maybe they went through the social media and they composed some of the questions the Kenyans are talking.
They were not representing. They were not representing 50 million Kenyans. They were representing their masters, their employers, and they were soothing the egos of their masters. Their masters were very happy to see them pin down the president because behind them and behind each and every question, there are those people who had sent them to ask those questions. And that is why I'm saying like this. We normally say that the person who pays you, you have to do what he wants you to do. Those people, they have their employers. Their employers are hostile against the government because those they sponsored failed. So they want to show Kenyans that, you know, the government you chose is a government which does not know what it's doing. So there is no way you can tell me that they were there representing 50 million Kenyans. The questions they were asking, they were not representing our views and our thoughts. They were not even representing the Gen Zs. They were representing their masters. Their aim was to put the president down. Their aim was not even for the president to be heard and for people to understand the situation of Kenya. I may say this. William Ruto tried to explain to Kenyans the debt situation in Kenya, how much we pay, how much. He said that all the debts that we are borrowed from the Uhuru time, right now it has matured to be paid. And we are paying 1.something trillion to the debts. And he was also saying how much is remaining for the recurrent expenditure and for development. And he was saying that the reason why we were trying to increase this is to cover this gap. That if we are not able to do ABCD, then ABCD cannot be done. So, Kenyans also keen to listen to the factors behind the increment of the taxes. Because I said here, Kimanzi, William Ruto can say, after all, my tenure is 5 years. Another government will come. I act as if I don't care about these debts. Even if we abscond paying the debts, I don't care. Whatever happens after my leadership, I don't care. Whether we pay or we don't pay, I don't care. I want to act to please Kenyans so that they can vote me for another term. But William Ruto is not such kind of a president. He decided not to play populist president. Uhuru Kenyatta, in the last 5 years, he decided to become a populist president who wanted to please Kenyans. So he would even borrow money to pay salaries. He would even borrow money to give Kenyans food aid. Why? Because he was leaving power. He didn't care what will happen to the next president. That is why he left 9 trillion to be paid by Kenya. But William Ruto is saying, I am trying my level best that by the time I will be leaving my position, Kenya will have some money in the reserves. And not only that, we will have brought the debt of Kenya to a sustainable level. That is why I was saying, let us try our level best so that we can be independent as a country, not relying so much on what we borrow, but as much as it's okay to borrow, let us borrow what is sustainable. And I know he had a strategy of doing that because already Kenya or the Kenya Kwanza government has started saving money such that in the event of things that happen, disasters and all that, at least the nation will be having something in the reserve, money that we can be borrowing from the government. I mean, we save nothing. It's like, Kimanzi, the salary that you get, you eat everything. That if something happens, you can't even get the fare to run away. That is how we have been spending our money as a country. Anyway, I don't want to defend William Ruto, but I also want to say corruption in Kenya is rampant, not just in the regime of William Ruto, because nobody has been caught with serious scandals in the regime of William Ruto, like we have had before. But I still want to believe that corruption has not been tamed. And if Kenyans are fighting to end corruption, then they will have a good reason to fight. If Kenyans are demonstrating to curb corruption, then they will have a strong point. And that is why I'm saying the greatest monster that we need to tame, all of us, is the monster of corruption. If there is something we need to really think on what can we do, is how we can control corruption so that each and every coin that we get can go to development, can go where it's supposed to go. In America here, Kimanzi, if I am to count to you the taxes we pay a lot, almost remaining with nothing. But when you just walk out of my house here, there is a tarmac road. Since I came to this nation, I have never experienced electricity blackout, that there is power blackout. I have never seen such. What happens to our country? Every month you must experience maybe 5 times.
1 week.
Every week you must experience power blackout. So here we pay so many taxes, more taxes than in Kenya. Actually here we pay almost half of our income goes to taxes. But we see what our taxes do. The roads are being maintained day and night. We use very nice roads. We have very nice parks where you can go and relax. They are maintained. The toilets are very clean. I mean, if the government decides to do what it's supposed to do with our taxes, I believe Kenyans will not be complaining. Ensure every home has electricity. Ensure every home has water, and not just water, clean water. I mean, if they can do that, then everybody will be saying it's okay to pay taxes, because that is why we have ABCD. That is why we don't experience dust. I can tell you for sure, you can come to America and stay with one shoe for 7 years without using shoe polish, because you don't experience dust anywhere. I mean, those are some of the things that we need to talk to the government, that please, can you make sure that the money we pay for taxes goes to the infrastructures? When you go to the hospitals here, Kimanzi, when you go to a hospital, even the smallest hospital in America, just know that you'll be taken care of. You will be taken care of. They have equipment, sophisticated equipment, you know? So can we have a government that understands that they're supposed to offer services to the people of Kenya, not just collecting taxes? We want also to be told the developments that they have made. The greatest problem, as my last point, is that in the Kenya Kwanza government, yes, they are doing things, but we don't know what they are doing, because in the media, they don't come to tell us what they are doing. Actually, we don't even know the cabinet secretaries of different ministries. We even don't know what they are doing. If anything, it is better if they are not there, because they are the ones who are supposed to show us the hospitals they are building, the roads that they are building, the bridges that they have accomplished. I mean, they don't show us anything. We are in dark. So the government of William Ruto is doing very poor in informing Kenyans what they are doing. We are the employers. We want to know, in those 2 years you have been in power, what have you done? Can we show? Can we, if you cannot come to the media, then can we have a portal where we can open and see the projects you have accomplished and how much they have costed? That way, maybe some of the problems you see, they will not be like that. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Buru. I can hear your points. And of course, remember, Afrique 24 is whereby you are given the opportunity to come and give your ideas and opinion about what is happening. And of course, we are talking about the chant that is ongoing, that Ruto must go. Ruto must go, and also the protest that is ongoing. It's like the Gen Z have withdrawn the protest because of the infiltration of the goons. Goodia is saying, wow, thank you so much, Goodia. And also, I can see Goodia saying there, some people being loyal to Ruto and his government is a bit harsh. Harsh without its meaning. Ruto acts like it's been his goal from a young age to be a president. That is Goodia saying that. And also, Goodia is saying Ruto needs to respect the office before the public respecting him. The respect is a two-way traffic. But the same thing that Jeff has said is that being a leader for 50 million, then it is a tough duty. It's a tough role. So you need to have those advisors and other people who can help you carry on the duty. But also, it's like Kenyans don't have trust with William Ruto. So that's why everywhere you go, they are saying Ruto must go. But anyway, remember, if you are joining this
I have a question. I have a question with Goodia. And one of these fine days, I would like to have a debate with Goodia. Goodia, it's good that you have said the president should first respect his office before Kenyans can respect him. You should at least stipulate 3 issues or 3 things that shows that William Ruto does not respect the office of presidency. Then from there we can argue, we can have a discussion through that.
Thank you so much. Goodia, I know you have heard what Jeff Buru is saying, that he wants to have a hot debate with you. So if you are following, you can join the studio through the link that I've shared, and then you can have a good time here in the studio. Of course, this is Afrique 24. Anytime you can join and also give us more about what you think about the Gen Z and also the ongoing protest that is happening in our country, Kenya. Of course, when we are talking about the Gen Z, you know, the Gen Z are like the game changers. So as we take this short break, we are going to discuss more about what is happening in our country.
Join us every Friday from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. for a captivating journey into the world of love, relationships, and romance, presented by the dynamic trio Maggie Knox, MC Jesse, and Annie Waweru, Bed of Roses. Promises to be your weekly dose of heartwarming stories, insightful discussions, and expert advice on matters of the heart. Whether you're single, in a relationship, or simply love a good love story, this is the show for you. Don't miss out on the chance to unwind and indulge in the joys and challenges of love, all brought to you by our talented hosts. Tune into Afrique 24 every Friday from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. and let us guide you through the enchanting world of Bed of Roses. Subscribe now and mark your calendars. You don't want to miss this. See you there. Join us every Friday from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. for a captivating journey into the world of love, relationships.
Yeah. That is a Bed of Roses that happens tomorrow. That is you. If you are in Kenya, remember to join Bed of Roses. You are going to have two gentlemen there, and also you get to know what is happening when it comes to matters about love. Of course, as I give a pitch on again on what is happening, Natembea still is eating on Moses Wetangula, saying that Moses Wetangula and Musalia Mudavade, they have been there for a long time, but still they are not the kingpin of Western region. Still, he is pushing for being the kingpin, being the leader of the Western region. That is George Natembea. I have a speech of George Natembea. You will be getting to know what George Natembea is saying. But as we move on, I want to read the comment section here and get to engage with us and also join the studio. If you are following from YouTube, Twitter, join the studio so that you can get to know more about Afrique 24. Toa uchafu kwa Lume is saying, Gudia ni mdomo ile vitu Kenyans rebel anasema alafu anaongea hapa. I think Gudia, you are being attacked in the comment section. Join and also tell us more about the Gen Z revolution. I'm joined again by Mzalendo. Mzalendo, karibu sana, utuambie maoni yako kuhusu kesho ama leo. Unajua wewe uko USA, utuambie wewe unaonaje? How do you see about President William Ruto having a conversation in the X account with the Kenya? You are being attacked in the comment section. Join and also.
Hello. Hey, VP Kimanzi, Mburu, nice to see you guys. Unanisikiza?
Yeah, we can hear you, Mzalendo, but you have some kids making a lot of noise behind you there. That's what we can hear.
That's what you can hear. So give me a few minutes. I settle down. I was listening in so that I can have a grasp of what you guys are discussing this evening. But I see in the headline President Ruto involvement with the GNZ. Yeah. So nipatie tu dakika.
Oh,
Yes.
thank you so much. Mzalendo, you will be joining us in a few, and also you will be having a good time here in Afrex 24, because here is
Kimanzi.
where you get the best. And of course, I want to read this comment for Jeburu. Goodyear, Jeb is saying, Goodyear is saying, do you really say that Ruto respect the office when he keeps moving the goalpost, does not respect the high Supreme Court, and allow the corruption to strengthen in his government? That is question that is directed to you, Jeff. Goodyear
That
is
is
saying,
that's what we call an ambiguous question. I even don't know who to answer there, because that question is not elaborative enough. If you are the one to answer that question, I don't know where you can start. Because number one, he has not said that there was a ruling from the Supreme Court which William Ruto has refused to follow. And he has not said what he means by changing the goalpost. I mean, it is an ambiguous question which I think I should not answer. If you ask a question, ask a direct question. A direct question in a way that somebody can be able to know specifically what you are asking, because that's just like a general statement. And a general statement is not a question. Or what do you think, Kimanzi? What is the question in that whole statement you have read?
okay, Goodyear is saying, I want to pin the comment in the screen here. He's saying, he's asking you. You know, you are the one who said that you want to have a debate with him. He's saying,
Yes.
do you really think Ruto respect the office? Actually, gave two question marks when he is explaining here, when he keeps moving the goalposts, does not respect the high Supreme Court and allow the corruption to strengthen in his government. He's
There is
saying
no question. There
William
is no
Ruto does not
question there.
respect the Supreme Court, and is allowing the government, the leaders in his government, to increase corruption in the country.
There is no question there still, because the only question.
But he is giving you some of tough points here. He's saying Ruto
There
does
is
not
no tough
respect the
point.
Supreme Court. Number one. Number
You
two,
see,
Ruto
when you
is
say
allowing corruption.
you see, okay, when you say that if I really believe that he respects the office of the president, I would say absolutely yes. But when you go ahead to say he does not respect the Supreme Court, you should cite a case where he has failed to honor the ruling, or he has been ordered by the court to do A, B, C, D, and he has refused. Then we can discuss from there. Number two, corruption is not fought by the president in the Republic of Kenya. The only thing that the president can do is to deal with the members of executive, whom he can fire, whom he can request to step down. But apart from that, we have institutions that are mandated to fight corruption, not the president. The president has limits. There is the extent to which he cannot go. So, as much as we want to point everything to the president, we just need to know that president is just one office. And under this one office, there are so many other offices. That is why we have the EACC, the anti-corruption body. That is why we have the police department, the DCI. That is why we, up to the county level, we have institutions. We have the office of the Auditor General. So corruption, if anything, the president does very little about dealing with corruption. And what also Kenyans don't know is that in the current constitution, police department is highly independent, not like the previous department that we had before, where the president would control who should
be arrested and who should not, who should be done this and who should not. Right now, the police act independently. The IG does not have to receive orders from the president like it used to happen. Constitutionally, and when William Ruto came, he gave them more autonomy by saying, even your money, right now, we shall be dispersing all the money for the police in your office so that you can manage even your finances. So that you don't have to report to me on what, I don't have to tell you what to do, so that you may act independently. So all these investigative bodies, they are highly independent bodies that are supposed to deal with individuals without receiving instructions from the president. So the president is just one office among many that we have. The president can have much say on the people that he can hire and fire. But beyond that, his hands are tied. I can tell you for sure.
Wonderful, wonderful. Good year. Thank you so much. I can see we have been joined by Dario Puzo. Dario Puzo, welcome, and tell us where you're following Africa 24 and give us your views about William Ruto involvement with the Gen Z via the X account, formerly known as Twitter.
Thank you. I've just joined you guys. I don't know how far you have gone. Kimanzi, my name is Dario Puzo, joining you guys all the way from Nashville, Tennessee. Mimi ni Mkenya. I've just had a presentation there by my very good friend Mburu, who is always a very sober-minded panelist. I have to give him props to that.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, I'm starting by correcting him on one thing that I just found him finishing. When he said that despite all these challenges going on in the country right now, the president cannot do anything about fighting corruption.
Don't put words, Dario, don't put words in my mouth. I didn't say the president cannot do anything.
Yeah, it is.
I haven't said that.
Okay, maybe I'm just using different English, but the same thing. I just wanted to bring you to light that the institutions that you named that are actually watchdogs towards actualization of democracy, the buck always stops at the president, because he can always institute a commission of inquiry to fire somebody who is found incompetent in any of those institutions. So in a layman's language, it's like when Harambee Stars goes there and they miss 3 penalties when they are playing, the players will not be blamed as much as the coach. So the buck stops at the president when it comes to matters corruption. And I can jog your memory when the biggest blunder that Uhuru Kenyatta, a former president, the 4th president of Kenya, the biggest blunder that he ever did was when he came on live TV and said, they are stealing 2 billion every day and there is nothing I can do about it. The whole country looks at the president as the father of the nation. So when you come out with such a speech, it looks like now you're defeated to do the mandate that we gave you to do.
Dario.
Yeah. That was just
who initiates the investigation? Is it which office is supposed to initiate? Because unless somebody has been accused of being corrupt, I don't see a situation whereby the president will start saying Dario is corrupt and start forming the commission of inquiry unless someone has been accused. Who starts the case before now it can reach to the point of the commission of inquiry?
No, I was giving you a general outlook. I was not saying based on a crime committed right now. So in a case like right now, if we jog back to what has been happening 3 weeks ago, there is dead bodies in the mortuary, most of them young children, and there were bullets that were removed from their bodies. And Kenya is a democracy that we know they can get the ballistic investigation to find which officer exactly fired the shot that killed these kids. It is within
possible?
Yes.
Is it possible, Dario? We first deal with one issue, the issue of corruption, before we go to.
I was giving an example of, because you disrupted me today. I don't know who pissed you off. You are normally a very patient.
No, I just want us to deal with the issue of corruption.
You are the one who dragged. Yeah, you are the one who dragged me there. I was actually just passing through. I was talking about institutions, not just one. I was saying all these institutions that have security of tenure, they are still answerable to the president. He has a mandate. If he sees any incompetency, he has a mandate to call them out and do the right thing. So having said that, the challenge that is happening with the corruption right now that the Gen Zs are really, really disappointed with has a lot to do with incompetence. You know, incompetence brings corruption. That is when we all relax, and if these kids did not make noise, or whoever, the Kenyans did not make noise, the looting and this, you know, now the MPs themselves from whatever divide have come out to now exactly say this much we've been eating and this is not right. It is good. They are calling themselves out now. So we agree there was a problem. There is a big corruption problem. And why I started with saying I was correcting you is because if you see the complaints that are being made, and you will even see tomorrow when President goes to that podium, 3/4 of his cabinet is deemed incompetent. And they have repeated it thrice or twice. You can't put your fingers and name me a functioning cabinet member right now. Most of them are very incompetent. Look, it has taken 3 weeks for Kindiki Kituri to come to TV today. I was watching the news just before I joined the show. It has taken him 3 weeks in such a situation in a country, and you have a security minister. You know that's a challenge. And he did very well. To my perception, he did very well on TV. If he could have even come within the first or second day to say, calm down, there is this and this going on, it is always a good thing to see when your cabinet secretary is reacting. But you see, unfortunately, and some people do not like to accept, Ruto, maybe he came with a very good intention to build the country, but he ended up appointing a lot of friends and political losers who I cannot even tell you if they can really achieve the dream that you have. You know, when you have a dream, you need to get people on your bus that are as eloquent as you are. So now the man is very tired, because before the Gen Zs put him in that state house for the past few weeks without leaving the country, the man was working from 5 in the morning to 5 a.m. in the morning. So he was not even sleeping. When you have soldiers who you cannot look to when you are in trouble, you know that you are already in trouble. But what I wanted to say is that right now, the point that we are in, the system is broken. The system is broken to an extent where now these ministers in the next few weeks, and you will see, because we will be in this platform, they will start calling each other out. When I say, Mburu, you didn't do well here, you will also say, me, I didn't do well here. You have seen today Sakaja, when he was called for the Select Parliamentary Committee to explain a few things. He warned those senators and said, I don't want to name names, but some of you call me to make payments in a hurry, because there's a 4 billion that he had to take back. You see? So, as much as Ruto thought he could be on top of this, we blamed the previous president because people said he used to drink too much. Maybe he was not making a follow-up. Now, Kenya has had a sober president for 20 months. And you see, the problem is still the same. If this is the problem that made people very much fall in love with Ruto. This is why he has lost more friends than enemies within the past few weeks, because when this comes to light, it really looks bad on him. So, the people of Kenya right now, they were not aligned to the agenda they wanted whenever they went to vote. We all agree here. Most of us, or some of us, have just been going to vote based on tribal alliances or a friend, or we have never had that mindset of I'm going to vote for a person who will perform a job that will make me better or my children or my grandchildren better. And this has been a problem ever since we took independence of the country. So the country is going to the dogs, not because of Ruto, but because of a systematic problem that we ourselves, the Kenyans, accepted to go with for the past very, very many years. Now that we have opened our eyes, it is much better. You see, right now, if you know the situation that we have put Ruto, he's like an Amazon employee. You know, when children make you go to X, it means now you are not leading, you're being led. And to get to that is very dangerous because, me, I have Gen Zs in my house. I have kids in my house who are Gen Zs. And sometimes they ask for something, and if you allow to give them everything, they might even break your own house down. They don't know when to say that is enough. So I don't know how much he's going to take, because now it seems like his hands are tied, because he doesn't exactly know. I don't think he's getting the right approach towards it. I saw yesterday he made his daughter go and make a statement to look like one of the youngsters who's suffering. It's crazy that the president is not seeing. This is a rich kid who has never known that there are people who eat lives on the streets and go home with nothing. Some of those people in Maandamano were going back home to sleep hungry. Some of them even didn't have bus fare. That walking to town was a free ride to them. So when you bring a kid who is privileged and he lines up 47 privileged kids like her, it's really not helping the cause. I think he had lost the cause, but I remember even Mazalendo made a suggestion here last week, which I'm seeing it happening. Ruto today, he reached out to Raila to go aside, try to talk to these kids. You are seeing now he's changing the plan. He might need to reach out even to that Uhuru and that Raila, because now they will just go back to the drawing board, the drawing board that they came. You can ask yourself, who made him even accept to go to an X podium, like the one who Kimanzi is hosting us here. He has come to our level, but he has people who can do the job and are getting salary. I even mentioned here, what is the job of Dennis Itumbi? He has people who should be in sync with the online category of Kenyans, because they have always been called the keyboard warriors, people who don't vote. We don't care about them. Now these people are again worrying them. Now this tool that we are using right now, Mburu, is one of the most powerful tool in Kenya. Can you imagine? This is like a dream come true to some of the people. Me, I didn't think I would be alive to see such a scenario where a powerful Kenyan president now goes to an online podium to try and figure out what is really paining the Kenyans. He knew very well what was paining the Kenyans when he really wanted this job. And I can remind you, in his campaign trail, he used to say, it seems like Uhuru has lost the plot. He doesn't know what is exactly the problem. Now he's there and it looks like he doesn't really know what is the problem. He has a good idea, but like I said, he needs to open his eyes, fire, including his friends, and come with a very clean cabinet with people who can just do the job. I remember President Moi, just before I finish, I remember President Moi, one time he was in such a situation, not as bad as this, he went and took professionals. I remember Martin Oduor from KCB, he pulled people, Philip Leakey, and they were called the Dream Team. Do you know, that time I was working for the government, these people were so frustrated, even an invoice that they were pushing could not go through. Just to show you that cleaning up this mess, there is the force of impunity down there, not even within the president's ranks, down there from the ministry, from the civil service, from the police service. You be the president of Kenya tomorrow and say, I don't want to see the traffic police on the streets. They will fire you the next day. Because what is the work of a traffic police? There is nothing. Fix those traffic lights and we don't need the traffic police. They can do the job of going for criminals. Why do you stand there when it's raining to stop cars and let them go at your peril while you are picking money from the matatus and everybody knows? And everybody knows the OCS is on the office waiting for the day's cut. He has his own cut. Everybody knows this even before he becomes a president. But when you go there, that system is bigger than you for you to clear it. So he has a job at hand. He has 3 years to prove it. And he has those 3 years again to go back to the people and say, I deserve another 5 years to finish the job that I started. Me as a Kenyan, I wish him well, because you know what, at the end of the day, this is our country and we want the best for this country. But I was seeing signs of somebody who maybe not on his choice, but on the choice that he has chosen to work with, might be on a losing trail at the moment. I wish and pray that wisdom comes to all these members and they come up with a good plan that makes everybody happy. You know, when everybody is happy, the country is happy. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I appreciate so much for this one. I know good year. I know Jeburu asked a lot of questions concerning your wonderful speech. Good year is saying Charlene Ruto was used as a distraction. Ruto rewards praise instead of firing. That is a comment section there. I was somewhere saying you can't come up with a story that the cabinet is incompetent. This cabinet has brought down the cost of unga, which is opposition used as a slogan. Inflation down. Kenya shilling to the dollar is down. That is conversation there. Good day saying, thank you, Dario, for the wonderful speech there. And also, good day say, Jeff, can you please enlighten us by telling us what good Ruto has done to change the poor living standards apart from the rich? That is a question directed to you, Mr. Jeff Oburu by Goodyear. Paris, Washington, karibu sana. No, we have freedom to give divergent opinions and everyone here is free to give his or her own views. That is a comment section there. Goodyear saying, that one I read it. And Jeburu, what do you have to
Thank
say
you.
about what do you have to say about Dario Puzo comments? Of course, he has talked a lot. He has talked
Yeah,
key points.
he
He has highlighted everything.
Yeah, he has highlighted so many things, and on the point of incompetence of mostly the executive, I had also pointed that these people, the cabinet secretaries, most of them, I don't want to call them incompetent, but they are silent. And working silently, we are not used to that. Yes, we understand in the 2010 Constitution, we said we don't want the appointments of the cabinet secretaries from the politicians, like it used to be before. I don't know whether they are shy of cameras, but they need to come out and tell us what they have been doing. So I may not know whether they are incompetent or they are competent, because competence is a composition of so many elements. So unless I know exactly what they have been doing, the projects they have been they have initiated, and the things they are doing, I may not be in a position to judge them. However, I want to talk of the cabinet secretary of Interior, Kithure Kindiki. This is someone who has performed exemplary well. Even in the previous performance appraisal, I think he was ranked as the best cabinet secretary because of how he has been in a position to tame even the bandits and how he has been handling the security issues in Kenya, the terrorism and countering terrorism before it happens. That guy is extremely smart. Kithure Kindiki, he is not an extrovert, he is an introvert. And that is a personality that you cannot change. It is an inborn trait. So he does not talk much, but he does much. And that is why sometimes we don't hear him talk much, But on security, we can say for sure he has done very well, especially securing Kenya from terrorism, and also the thugs in Kenya, theft and robbery. Those things he has really tried to deal with. The bandits, Kithure Kindiki has done very well, na huwa tunasema mugara muue na haki umpe. Kenyans, we are used to people who are very vocal and people who yell and shout, and those are the people we think they are so courageous. Lakini niseme mahali maji imenyamaza, hapo ndio huwa iko very deep. So the quiet people are normally very tough. They have very few words, but when they mean to do something, they do it with all their hearts, and that is Kithure Kindiki. However, I want to agree with Dario that he was supposed to come out the first or the second day and tell Kenyans the situation and what the government is doing. And that is where there is a mismatch. The president was not supposed to come out the first day to talk and the second day to talk. It was the Minister of Interior, then the Minister of Finance, or the Cabinet Secretary of Finance, to come and explain to Kenyans what is this bill talking about and why do we have all those increments. Then have other people talk, then lastly the president. But now the president has been carrying the whole luggage on his shoulders, which should not be like that. William Ruto is not very good in delegation. Such people, they get stressed so much because they feel like they can do everything by themselves. They believe in themselves so much. Yes, we know the capability. We know the potential of William Ruto. But I want to tell William Ruto, Mr. President, you can't do everything. Delegate duties and let those you have delegated those duties do those duties without much interference in their ministries. Let them even come and talk in the press conferences. You just listen. That was the leadership of Mwai Kibaki, and that is why he performed very well. You give people duties and you believe in them. After all, the nation is so big, you cannot be everywhere and you can't do everything. So by trying to control the situation by yourself as the president, you only stress yourself. You won't be surprised if Ruto enters into depression because of trying to handle things or to control things by himself, trying to control ministries, trying to make sure that he is on top of everything. That is not good management. So let him delegate. Even talking in conferences, let us not always be hearing William Ruto said this, William Ruto said that. Let us be hearing the Minister of the Cabinet Secretary of Trade said this, the Cabinet Secretary of Water said this, the Cabinet Secretary of Gender said this, the Cabinet Secretary of Finance said this. That is what we want to hear. So that even when now the president will be saying, we will be hearing that tomorrow the president is going to make a statement, everybody will be keen to listen to what the president has to say. If he does that, he will have less stress. Let him be receiving those reports without much publicity or without being heard in the public. And that way, even Kenyans will not be able to attack the president directly. The reason why Kenyans are attacking the president directly is because they know if they do so, the president will respond to them directly. So in the future, we want to see people attacking the people who have been delegated to do specific duties because the president does not do everything. Thank you so much. Just a minute. I want to receive one call here.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Buru. Black is saying health as scandals on death or to hospital, though they are deaths from both the past government and this one. That is a compensation. Black is saying transport has underperformed the most. Interior failed. ID, passport, etc. delay. These are the complaints from the interior security, of course. I was someone saying the state of the economy when this administration took over was worse than we thought. I think they tried to come up with solution, but Kenyans expected more than their performance. I was someone saying this. Black can't generalize performance of one minister of achievement as a cabinet when the rest have failed. The cabinet overall performance average as underperformed. Of course, there's a complaint about the cabinet secretary. The biggest mistake this administration made is communication. They have failed on that miserably. It's like the communication is very key when it comes to government performance. And of course, you know that the government has not been giving us very clear information about what is happening. Of course, you heard what Ruto said during that press when he was asked about the boy who was shot 8 times by the police. He asked, and you know, he was so genuine asking whether the boy is alive. And the journalists were shocked, saying that the boy has died and the mother is pleading for help because the boy was shot 8 times, died, they have nothing. So the communication here is like people are complaining about the government spokesman, Isaac Mwaura. They're saying the guy is incompetent. They are still complaining about Hussein Mohammed still. I agree with Awesome that the government made a big mistake when it comes to this communication. True, Mzalendo. I think now you're okay. You can respond.
Yeah, Kimanzi, if
Like,
he's not ready, I can, before he comes,
yeah,
I think,
Dario, please. Yes, please.
yeah, I'm going to dedicate my time to respond to Awesome, so I won't take a lot of time. I like justifying what I say. So the structure in Kenya, the structure.
Hello. Can you guys hear me now?
Zalendo, you are not hearing you. Can you get another machine?
Yeah,
Please.
Okay.
Pay good
But
Wi-Fi.
we can hear you.
Yeah, unatusumbua.
People can hear me.
I can hear you, Mzalendo.
But somebody is talking. So wait, can you hear me, Mzalendo?
Yeah. Loud and clear, Dario, please.
Yeah, Mzalendo anamsikia but hatusikiwa. Hebu connect hiyo kitu yake vizuri alafu aingie. So I was saying when I made a blanket condemnation about the incompetence, maybe Awesome is not aware. A big country like the United States only has 15 cabinet secretaries. Kenya is of a much smaller number, and we have 22, which is a huge number. And you know, the cut in the bag right now is this. The cut in the bag right now is the fact that we are trying to save money in a layman's language. So first of all, we are paying a bloated government. And before Mzalendo is ready, I can run you through very fast. We have the
please,
office of
you have time. You have time.
Yes. We have the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, which is an illegal office. This guy is on top of State Department Performance and Management and Parliamentary Affairs. Maybe Osam can explain to me what this means, because he needs to get a performance management himself. I've never even heard of that guy. Maybe he only picks his salary. This Musalia Mudavadi, he is part of the cabinet. You go next to him, the most powerful would be Kithure Kindiki. This guy is on top of correctional services, internal security, national administration, and citizen services. It is not a genius who knows that people are even complaining on TV about the situation in Nyayo House. And you know, to take a minister to go there the whole week and still the situation is not changing, it was a big flow. And coming to this now, even when I started, I even highlighted at a time where Kenya has never experienced such a situation. We needed an interior minister who can come out with communication and a powerful message to the people that all is well. All did not look well because we have not seen this guy. I've seen him today. In fact, he was looking very timid on TV. That can never be said to be somebody who is performing. The next one would be the Minister of Treasury. That is the person who has even brought this Gen Z resurrection. Can I tell Osam that this Njuguna Ndungu, and I know them by name, by the way, this Njuguna Ndungu is coming to Parliament reading us a finance bill that has been written to him by IMF. What the hell is he doing in office if he cannot come up with anything by himself? There is a problem there, but if you want to run away from it, be my guest. There is another one called Minister for Foreign Affairs, Alfred Mutua, and Diaspora Affairs. Me, I'm in diaspora. You have to pinch me to tell me what this guy is doing. You have to really pinch me. Because, according to me, William Ruto is the Minister for Foreign Affairs. He's the one who travels all the time. This guy, I have not even seen what he's doing as a Minister of Foreign Affairs. You know? Then you go to Minister of Defense. A person who looks like he's of good character, but makes the worst mistake of making a very bold move before gazetting it wrongly and then re-gazetting it. Can't you say that is incompetence? You know, you really need to talk to your lawyers before you do these constitutional matters. And my friend Buru went to pick a phone, but he's a person who likes following the constitution. When you breach the constitution, you're not his friend. This guy breaches the constitution and we don't even know what he's doing. They're just making money. Go to the next one is the Ministry of Health. That is Susan Wafula Nakumicha from my village. This lady is busy campaigning to be the next governor. All the time is in Matangas and everything, saying, oh, you know, she's even one day she was firing an OCS in a function. And she's a Minister of Health. Right now, look, she changed from NHIF, which I am a member, trying to go to a shift. It could be a good project, but without a test run, without even trying to implement fast, without even asking the ground how it is. Do you know what? That system failed. It was supposed to start this month. They have not gone live up to now as we speak. How can you say that is a performing minister? It's a joke. But you know, if you are okay with jokes, that's fine. Look at the Ministry of Education. A guy called Ezekiel Machogu. This gentleman, he goes to a function with forms of teachers already. He has signed forms giving people letters of appointment and making other people look like they are making appointments. What has this guy even done? It's like a joke to have a person like this in a Ministry of Education. This is a very important sector in any growing economy. And they put a joke of a person like Ezekiel Machogu. It's a joke, you know. You go next to the worst of them all, the Minister of Roads and Transport. This is the biggest Kenyan money earner. You see, this guy, I can declare to you that he has a problem right now. That's why you're not seeing him say. I know you have seen online. The guy had a problem in Dubai when he was caught with $200 million in cash. How? These are the people that are putting Ruto in trouble, even if he's your village mate. You have to look at him and say, no, I gave you a job and you're not doing it. This is wrong. Go again. There is a Minister of Lands and Housing. You know, I have to tell you his name for you to
Alice
know. His
Wahome.
name, yeah, no, it's, yes, Alice Wahome. You need to look me in the eye and tell me, what does this lady do? But if I'm not wrong, they changed her. If I'm not wrong, they changed her with a guy called Zakaria Njeru. If I'm not wrong, but I'm yet to confirm. Both of them are lost. We don't even see them. They just pick their salary. Worst of it, look at Minister of Environment and Forestry. There's a lady called Soipan Tuya. This lady, she's all the time when there's a public holiday, she's saying, come all of you, we have been given money by Treasury to plant trees. And yet his own president has a policy which was stopped by the previous administration. They are now going to the forest to cut trees. So we are planting as you cut. You know, you have to call, is this glass half full or half empty? You know, go again. There is a Minister of Mining and Petroleum. This is a guy called Davis Chirchir. Yani, you just look at his face and you see it's trouble. This man has mismanaged this place. Nowadays, even when you put that thing on the steamer, the thing that you add steamer, 1,000 does not even last you 5 minutes. And when he comes there, he's not even knowing what he can explain. Also, I'm not blaming the president. I'm showing you how incompetent the ministers are. Next would be Minister for Agriculture. You don't even need to talk about him. Who sells to his own people fake fertilizer and is still in office? You know, And people have confirmed. People were being interviewed in the village, not even me talking, and saying I've put there and I found this was just mafia punda and stew water mixed with mchangarao, and they don't care. And these people, they don't have an avenue to be on TV every day to complain. They lost their money, nobody refunded them, and that was it. This year, they're getting harvest of a loss in their harvest. Nobody is going to them. Then you go there is another one, Ministry of Labor. Can you please tell me what a Minister of Labor is doing? I know it's a lady called Florence Bore. I have never seen him on TV. It's like a joke, you know? Then you move from there, you go down, you get a Ministry of Tourism, a lady called Penina Malonza. If I don't tell you these names, I'm telling you, some of you have never heard of these people. What is this lady doing? She's the one who's telling Wazungu to go to America. No, to Kenya. No, these people already had tickets that I will go to visit Kenya. They start planning ahead. You need to give us a formula of what you're trying to do. Alice Wahome, I've remembered, now is the Ministry of Water. She was moved. After there was a fight, she was fighting with another lawyer about land. So if I'm not wrong, Alice Wahome now is the Ministry of Water. Do you know water in Kenya is a basic need, where you don't really need to have a minister to say that you have a Ministry of Water. Water is a basic need. You have a right to water. It's actually in the Constitution. This is a ministry that should be scrapped and put there under somebody who can work. There is a Ministry of Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action, Aisha Jumwa. Herself, she cannot write her name. How can she head a ministry, even if she's your friend? You know, sometimes jokes need to be brought to an end. This is a joke. There is a Ministry of Trade called Moses Kuria. I don't like the guy, but the guy is doing a job. In fact, he was moved from a ministry where he was performing. That one that I've told you, public service is not a job. This guy was doing a job and he was moved to trade. But I know him, he is very, very available, he is vocal, and he always shows up to make an answer. That is that to me is a cabinet secretary. I want somebody who can show up and say this and this. I know you guys are talking like this, but it's not like that. Somebody who can tell us when we think it's going wrong, not these people. There is a Minister for Information and Technology, a very good friend of Muzalem. What can you tell me about this Minister of IT? What has improved in Kenya? You know, even Ruto was promising people, now you will be making Wi-Fi free phone calls. Can this guy explain to us where he has reached with this digital platform? Because me, I see him going to Gor Mahia matches. He was not appointed to go to Gor Mahia matches, Buana. He was appointed to be a minister. You people, Buana. Now, my own brother, Ababu Namwamba, you know, he's busy on TikTok. Sports, we don't even have a field. Harambee Stars is playing his home game in Malawi. In Malawi! Surely, should I cry for somebody to know that this cabinet is dead? This cabinet needs to go. Apart from Moses Kuria in that list, I don't know who should remain there. But anyway, I was taking this time just to respond to Awesome. Now, I have explained to you every minister by name so that you know that I know them by name and how incompetent they are. So you can always go back and check if I mentioned anybody and I didn't give him his credit. Thank you.
Wow.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dario.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, Mzalendo can hear you. Can take over.
Oh, thank you for that elaborate, precise, and accurate information. Where you went, I can only walk you back to where you went wrong. That Moses Kuria is a performer. Moses Kuria is more of a politician than he performs in his ministry. But he has done some good job. He has done some good work with whatever in his ministry. But the thing is, even in the proposed, what was proposed in the BBI that was accurate and correct, that would have helped the country, is that, and the NADCO report is that ministers should be politicians. Those ones who are elected in various places, in various constituencies, should be politicians. So if you're an MP, like the olden days, then you ought to be, you can be a cabinet minister. That way, politically, you know what is happening, and you will be vocal every time to articulate government policies. That is what has been ailing Ruto administration. And remember, Darius, that in each and every ministry, there are technocrats, apart from the cabinet secretary, technocrat. He has a PS in those ministries. So these are the people who actually do the donkey work for them. So by and large, these people are either too quiet or they don't know what they are doing in those particular ministries. Or the president decided to be a hands-on person, which is absolutely wrong. Ruto should not be up on the stage answering questions for the minister for energy. We need to see the minister for energy answering questions related to energy and answering them accurately. We see a lot of them going to parliament when they are summoned by the parliamentarians to answer some questions, but that is not enough. Not everybody has got access to parliament. These people should be out there instead of having Sifuna moving from one studio to another. They should be there should be cabinet secretaries called by the fourth estate to elaborate or to give us the right information on particular issues. And even if they cannot gazette whatever they are doing, they need to be they need to go out there because they already have a budget for what they are doing, so that they can articulate the policies. They can even do advertisements on TV. We have seen it before. But now going back to what used to happen in the previous regimes, why Pikibaki was successful and why people still remember him. Michuki was a politician, all right? In his cabinet, he had doing the work for people who are experienced in public service. But Ruto decided to reward a workforce that is not experienced. And that is what is ailing his cabinet. I think he ought to have made a very bold move to reshuffle the old cabinet or to dissolve it. The time that Kenya was really in crisis. He is not off the hook yet, but he ought to have dissolved that particular cabinet at the right time. Immediately after the Gen Z stormed parliament, he ought to have dissolved the cabinet. By dissolving the cabinet, he would have sent a very, very strong message to Kenyans that he is doing a serious job and these guys need to go. I keep on telling people that Ruto had got the best manifesto, the best vision, the best idea in running a country. And what has let him down is the constitution. We have a very robust constitution, such that if I feel that the president is not doing anything right, like in the housing levy, I only run to court and block him. So the court have also been used to block the government agenda. So this government is stagnating with a lot of court cases that is derailing some of the government projects. I believe some of them were unlawful, but that is the reason why the presidency always appoints a judiciary that favors his regime or his term when he's executing his job. So the executive and the judiciary, yes, we have assumed that the judiciary ought to be independent. I don't think so. If the judiciary can be very, very political, they can be very, very political and sabotage a government to its knees. Yeah, so that can also happen. So it is just communication between government agenda, the judiciary, and the executing ministers should be on top of their game. But back to my main concern in Kenya today. And
Mzalendo, I don't know whether it is your Kimanzi. Can you hear Mzalendo clearly?
No, akona katika. I think restart
Mzalendo,
machine yake.
you can check your internet. We are struggling.
Yeah, Buru, you can answer. Dario has given us very strong points. How do you see about the points?
He was explaining about the cabinet secretaries and their ministries and their performance. I want to say this. I desist from talking what I don't know. The only thing which I totally agree with him is that these people.
I want you to listen to this. I want you, Buru, to listen to this. Then
Yes.
you can give us your comments. I want you to listen to this.
Okay.
Mr. President, ikiwa unataka kuokoa wale waheshimiwa wenye walipiga yes, kama unataka inji itulie, Your Excellency, sio finance bill peke yake. Wakenya wako na hasira kwa sababu ya wizi ya hali ya juu ambayo inafanywa na mawaziri wako. Wakati Linturi, waziri wako, alileta wizi wa mbolea, nikainua sauti, alafu bunge ikakataa kumung'oa yule Linturi. Hiyo hasira kwa Linturi na wale mawaziri wengine ambao ni waizi kama yeye ndio inaleta hii shida yenye unaona wa Kenya. Namba 2, Mr. President, wale waheshimiwa ambao wako karibu na wewe, ambao kwa muda kidogo 1.5 years maisha yao imependuka, walikuwa watu wa kawaida, lakini siku hizi wamekuwa matajiri wa kupindukia. Hata Didmus Barasa amenunua ndege, wengine hatuwaoni chini tena, wanapitia huko juu. Wengine wanaenda kwa harambee kama ya leo, hatoi kulingana na uwezo wake, anatoa kuja kuonyesha watu kwamba yeye ndio mwizi mwenye ameiba sana. Mr. President, how can a normal member of parliament aende katika harambee na atoe milioni 20 kwa kanisa moja, na atoke hapo aende kwa kanisa inayofuata anapatia padri gari mpya ya Prado? Hii sura mbaya, Your Excellency, prevail upon your MPs to stop displaying wealth which they have not earned. They are displaying wealth yenye wameibia hawa watu maskini. Hawa watu hawasikii vizuri. Mr. President, ikiwa unataka kuokoa wale waheshimiwa wenye walipiga yes, kama unataka inji itulie, Your Excellency, sio finance bill peke yake. Wakenya wako na hasira kwa sababu ya wizi ya hali ya juu ambayo inafanywa na
now, Buru, you can answer now. I want you to answer.
You see, some politicians, we know them, and they are just populist politicians because they want to appear good and making others appear to be bad. And I want to, by saying this, it is reckless to castigate someone when you don't have enough information. When you are a leader in the level of Harware and those other MPs, instead of talking in public and shouting, we want to see them go a step further because they have the power to initiate investigations, especially because I know he was talking of Oscar Sudi. We were supposed to see Oscar Sudi being sat down either by the parliamentary committee to explain. We have seen you giving money Can you explain where you got this money? Can you prove how you got this money? But just by talking out there in public, yet these are the people we look upon to help us, then he is just useless, just like any other person. Sometimes it happens. By the grace of God, I was in a position, there was a time I stayed with a very rich guy. And he would be called for so many harabes. And when you are in a position of power, or God has blessed you with money, what happens? People want to be associated with you. So when you tell your friends that you are going for a harabe, all of them want to give you money. Money goes to those who have money. By the fact that I'm not trying to exonerate Oscar Sudi, but I'm trying just to give a hypothesis of possibilities. That Oscar Sudi today, he is very close to the president because he has been a friend of president, a very close friend of the president. So today, all politicians and many people want to be associated with Oscar Sudi by the fact that he's very close to the president. So if today Oscar Sudi wants 100 million, he can get it. He does not necessarily have to corrupt anyone to get it. He just needs to tell people who are close to him, I am going for a harabe. And people will give him money because tomorrow they want this and that connection in ministries, I don't know, to get tenders and all that. That's what happens in our country. So not necessarily that he must have stolen. I'm not saying he has not stolen, but there is a possibility that right now he's in a class of his own by his proximity to power. And he can get money from friends. And the people who are supposed to tell us where Oscar Sudi got money from, whether it is stolen, they are the ones who are shouting on the media. So they are just as useless as any other useless person out there because they are not doing us any good.
Oh, Muro, I'm sorry just to correct you, actually. He wasn't really talking about Sudi alone. His main problem was Didimas Baraza, who in 20 months has already bought an helicopter. He's an MP in Kandui, those sides of Pungoma.
Yes, these are the people who are supposed to help us to do the investigations because they have the instruments.
Nimeenda leave kwa sababu ya kelele na watu ya uifu kama wewe. Mungu akinijalia mawazo yangu irudi vile nilikuwa naendelea na vile nilikuwa nafikiria. If you are not going to ban these Arambes, because I'm one of the believers that we should ban these Arambes, because watu wengi hawajui tunatafuta pesa Arambe vipi. Hawajui vile tuna stress marafiki zetu kwa biashara zetu tuje tufanye hiyo marambe. Mungu akitujalia to change our minds. Kwanza hiyo kanisa ulikuwa leo, my brother, unikumbushe hiyo siku nikuje nisaidie, kwa sababu nimeona uko naongelea kwa kanisa ya matope. Mungu afai kukua kwa any kind of that. So please, omba Mungu sana, mambo ikibadilika, mawazo yetu wengine ikiamua kurudi, kwa sababu I'm thinking even to quit politics. Yeah? Because I'm doing much in politics than what I'm doing for myself. So, Mungu akitujalia. Baada ya miaka moja ama miaka mbili, kwa sababu mimi I'm going for leave for 1 year or 2. Mungu akinijalia akili zangu na Mungu wangu akiniongelesha nirudi, nitaanza na hiyo kanisa ya matope yenye ulikuwa naongelea leo. God bless.
Buru, continue.
Hello. Simunaanza nisikiza sasa.
Yeah. Buru, continue. Buru, can you hear me?
I think Muru is not ready. So can I give my submission?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, thank. But
Zalendo, I think you have problem with the network. I don't know what is the problem. In the comment section here,
yani
good guy
bado
is saying,
network ni shida. No, bado network yangu ni shida.
you know, it's how you are delaying in the comment section. You have a
Ina
lot.
delay.
I
Am
don't
I
know what the
delaying now? Am I
kwa sawa
delaying?
kwa sasa hii hiyo mashine uuze.
Bana niko kwa shimo ingine hapo. But I just nilisema tu lazima niingie kwa show. Anyway, unajua we talk about corruption, but we don't talk about one thing called transparency. Transparency inaambatana na corruption. If we are not able to identify corruption, then let people be transparent. Meaning that every time we need to do a lifestyle audit of these leaders and see if that Shudi, the money that he's carrying each and every day, he's getting it from his business. Let us see his tax return of how much he's getting from business and how much we are paying him as taxpayers to do his legislative work. I have heard him saying that he's going for 1 year leave. Sudi listens to this show many times. I hope he's listening somewhere. Sudi, when you say you are going for 1 year, it means that the people of Kapsaret will not be represented. They will not have a representative in parliament because parliament cannot go on recess for 1 year. So that is absolutely wrong for you to say that on a social media platform where everybody can access that kind of information. Some of these talks from our leaders shows a lot of ignorance and a lot of arrogance. They need just to cool down, chill out, and serve the people. So for Ruto, he has survived the onslaught of Gen Zs, and because of political penetration by people who wanted to capitalize on the movement, they really found some loopholes to get into the movement and scuttle it. But I'm glad that today they didn't have any demonstrations, and the conversation has begun. The issues of Kenyans is now being discussed throughout the world, and our neighbors are also talking about Kenya, because we can actually put our leaders into account and tell us what they are doing with our money, and more so the presidency. So this is power to the people. We have shown it. We have demonstrated that our constitution is very, very powerful. It is more powerful than the president himself. So we need to build on that so that we have a good country. Now, another thing that Gen Zs have opened our eyes to is that where you sit or where you talk from, the tribal background that you come from, whether you're a Luo, Kamba, Kikuyu, these big tribes that are normally associated with their tribe when it comes to voting. You have seen that the Gen Z bloc is tribeless. They are Kenyans. So hii mambo ya when corruption is called out, you hear the Kisi community ganging around Matiangi and saying Matiangi is not corrupt. I'm giving him as an example because that is what normally happens to in leadership. When a Kikuyu is cornered, like the other day we saw Lintuka Linturi being cornered, and you saw all the Meru leaders ganging behind him and saying that this is our man, is going nowhere. So the president also looks at, oh, this guy is bringing in so many votes from this community. I will not discipline him. And he whips his parliamentarians not to take any action on the particular CS. The third bit is the Senate, a Senate that is compromised. You have seen so many cases going into the Senate, and none of them is prosecuted. The other day, I saw on TV Onyanka, who is a senator, saying, we have interrogated and investigated most of the governors. But when we take it to the DPP for prosecution, there's nothing that happens. When we take these cases to EACC for further investigation, nothing is happening. So Kenya, we have corrupt institutions which are very, very weak. Our institutions are many, but they are so weak. Tell me what Oginde is doing at the helm of EACC if he cannot prosecute anybody. With all these corruption cases happening in the county each and every day, there is a county that is collecting money using an M-Pesa pay bill number. And a governor is a signatory, which is against the law. And there is a lot of impunity in the county, on the running of the counties. And that is why every other MP now feels that it is time for me to go and eat the money at the county level. I want to thank Gen Zs very much for shutting down, for putting this into the limelight. The issue of overtaxation. Yes, we are being overtaxed by the executive, only to give money to devolved units in the county, which mismanage our funds. Right now, we are going to add the county governments a tune of 400 billion to the county governments. And the little that they are having, they are getting right now, they cannot even manage it properly. They are stealing it. Every governor in Kenya today, in the 47 counties, they have built a castle. I don't know if it is not a castle, it's a mansion in the village.
Bungalow.
At bungalow is I have a bungalow. Bungalow is small. Bungalow is for small people. They have built castles, mansions, big homes ukiziana hivi ni kama and they are state of the art. You have seen on TV some of the media houses going to governors' houses and showing us how they live, how they have a gym in the village. Yani wanaishi tu maisha ingine si ya kawaida. You have a governor's home next to Darius village in Lupida, where the governor has built a very big mansion, a white house. Iko na gym huko katika huko ndani, hata bibi yake hajui kutumia treadmill. But they have these things. Mzalendo, have you got any idea how we can tackle corruption in Kenya? Yes, this is the solution for when it comes to corruption in Kenya, and I have thought through it.
Mzalendo umepotea. Wacha tuingie hapa kwa comment section. Of course, Goody is asking whether you know any way we can finish this corruption in the country. Corruption and opaque leaders in the same hair. squeaky clean, and I think you were saying speak clean and transparent are the same pot. Of course, why resign in 1.5 years? Yes, asking Mr. Sudi. I saw Oscar Sudi drunk like Buruke. Good day saying Ruto should call a snap election to see how people can vote this time round without ringing and outside noisy.
You
I think
see,
this one will make him go.
hmm?
Yes, yes.
You see what I was saying. Good, you asked a very good question. How can we finish corruption? One, it's a long-term process. Corruption should be a subject taught in schools. It should be a subject taught in school, and it should have consequences. When we instill this right from kindergarten to the university, the issue of corruption as a subject, then people grow knowing that corruption is something bad. It's something that should not happen. Now, the easiest way to finish corruption in other sectors, like the police, for instance, is to digitize almost each and every collection that the police do, and ensure that we don't have police on the roads. We don't need policemen in uniform on the roads. We need policemen in uniform in vehicles patrolling. They can patrol, and when they read your digital number plate, it gives them each and every thing that the vehicle ought to have done. If it is inspection, it gives them that this vehicle has been inspected. If it is insurance, it shows them that the vehicle has been insured. Just by running the tags, the number plate of your vehicle, that information should be everything that the vehicle needs to be done. Kama ni the new taxes that they were introducing for emissions, if it is for emissions, it should show there that it has got the current sticker for emission, it has got the current insurance, and it has got the current tag number plate. That is what they do. Some of these things they copy them from countries abroad like the US, but they don't know how to implement them. They just bring some. They've just seen them happening in the US, but they don't see how organized these institutions are in the US. For example, county governments. One, how do we tackle the corruption in the county government? The counties should be only 8 counties. There's no point of having a county of Kisii and a county of Nyamira close to each other, and those counties have got ministers. Those 2 counties have got ministers paid by our taxes. You see, we wonder what the county of what is the difference between Nyamira and Kisii. It is only a name. The geographical location is the same. The crops that they grow there is the same. The language is the same. And another thing, that will bring diversity in the counties. Right now, if you go to your county, the county headquarters in your village, they have employed people from the same ethnicity, and yet we are fighting tribalism. They have 99.9% of the people employed in each and every county are from one ethnic community. If it is Kamba, if it is Machakos, 100% of the employees there will be Kambas. If it is in Homa Bay, where I come from, 99% of the employees there will be Luos. Kisumu, the same. Now, if we bring the old colonial boundaries, then it spreads Kisumu into other areas that will bring another ethnic community into a leadership. So that is how we can at least minimize expenditure, and at the same time fight tribalism. So when we minimize expenditure, meaning that the loopholes of corruption have been minimized. If we have very few employees working for the county, then it means that we have minimized some areas that people were mismanaging funds and corrupting officials to get favors and all that, even when it comes to employment. So those are some of the things that we need to look at very, very keenly. And when it comes to transparency, when it is a requirement by law that you should not be employ people from one ethnic community. You should not, nepotism should not be encouraged in the public sector and even in the private sector. So that should not happen. So when people see things like that happening in KRA, the issue of KRA is in court. The people that they employed the other day is in court. I don't know whether that case is finished and people are working, but that thing was taken. Those guys who were recruited, that list was taken to court and blocked. So I think it's a matter that is before the courts. I hope that it's going to be resolved and that those jobs are going to be re-advertised. Then every time a government body employs people, they have advertised the same way they advertise in the Kenyan newspaper, the same way they should advertise the people that they have recruited in these positions. That way, we will be able to know and to gauge the ministries that are doing a good job and the ones that are actually ethnically inclined and hell-bent to continue with the tribalism. So that is a way of fighting this tribalism in Kenya. So those are my opinion. Transparency, one, that is something that we ought to have been able to deal with. Like Kibaki's regime, there was a lifestyle audit, and there was also a performance appraisal. Each and every government employee was given an appraisal form. By the end of each and every year, ulikuwa unajaza hiyo appraisal, how you have performed your work, your boss ticks how you've been performing. If you've been coming late to work, they will tick for you there. You'll be warned, you'll be given letters, and finally you can be dismissed because of those small measures. So let everything not be very political. Even if Ruto wants service delivery, employ people who are capable and people who are experienced. There are people who are aging, but they have got a lot of experience in running government. Bring them so that they can teach the young people also how to run some of these ministries. That way, we will have solved a lot of problems that is happening in Kenya today. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mzalendo. I think the comment section here is so hot. I was saying, it's time now for President Ruto to fix his government. He has rewarded his friends enough. Let's have people who can bring back the confidence of this government. It's time for jokers to quit. Time for jokers to leave. That is, I was saying that I see Goodia, I see Kenya Rebel. Kenya Rebel, we miss you here in the studio. Please join so that you can give us more about how you think about this government of William Samoei Ruto. Kenya Rebel is saying dissolving the parliament means fresh elections. Mzalendo, you are told here by Goodia that you fix yourself, but of course I can see you are in the right track now. I can see your comment section is on that track. I can see we are joined by Pen Nyagaka. Karibu sana Pen Nyagaka, and you can give us your opening remarks as you join this studio. Today we are discussing about the Ruto's government, and of course, how is he going to come in between the dialogue that is going to happen in the X, formerly known as Twitter, because today that is East African time. In Kenya now we are 17 minutes past 2. Today we have that dialogue, conversation happening in Twitter. What do you have to say? Is it the right time for Ruto to have conversation with the Kenyans via internet? Does it mean that Ruto does not have energy to go all the 47 counties, or he is incompetent together with his cabinet, all of it.
Ya habari yako yangu ni kusema kwamba nakubali na mzalendo vile nimesema yote, lakini hao wengine wanasema mzalendo wakienda nyumbani wakuje wa train hao wengine. Wale wazuri hawataki kazi kabisa. The clean ones want to rest, want their retirement and want to go home. But those who are corrupt mzalendo ndio wanataka wakae hapo forever. Na hiyo sijui kama tafanya namna gani, lakini kama ni hiyo X anataka kuingia, it was the young people who have really Generation Z who have really hampered him down, anchored him down. He was a tourist president, anatembea sana. So if this young generation has made him stop going to places, he has to meet them at their level. Sio ya kwamba he had to go to the 41 counties, lakini ni ku meet as many young persons as he could, and these are the only modes of operation that you guys are used to. Na hivyo akienda hivyo ndio mzuri sana, and we really approve of him like that, and to change the Generation Z to his side, because they have said even themselves forever that they don't have a leader, they are leaderless. Na vile tuliandika constitution yetu 2010 ni kama any developed country, ni kwamba lazima you have to have a leader so that they can generate you to a right direction, and then you vote for them and you get the majority and you rule the country for 5 years. Kenya ni 5 years, and then you add 5 years if you want to. But kwetu ile nilisema, the young generation has held him down, so he has to meet as many of them as he could, and that we really support him, and then let him go, continue with that to wherever that he want to go. Now, the most important one ni kwamba, yes, there's a lot of criticism vile walimuoji hapo kwa magazeti. They were very hostile. They were like the opposition in themselves, and there is no opposition in Kenya. So the media is forming an opposition group, and all the questions they were asking were the direct questions of what the opposition should ask, not the journalists who should really inform the country of Kenya where they are going. But if the journalists are asking the questions of the opposition, then we are lost. So hiyo hatutakubaliana na hiyo. Wacha Ruto aende miaka yake, kama ni 5 ni 5, kama ni 10 ni 10, that's it. Na mzalendo, hiyo nilikuambia tutasaidia huyu msichana, na mimi na wewe tutaweza hiyo pesa, sio kidogo, sio mingi. 10,000 ni pesa kidogo sana. So niliangalia hiyo kwa private chat mzalendo, nikaona tu jina yako, sikuona simu yako huko kwa private chat, lakini I want to make sure that by Wednesday next week nimekupatia hizo hela, alafu tumia hiyo msichana aende shule. Mimi na wewe tu tutamsaidia hiyo msichana, na wengine wapata wengine. If this channel can come up with ideas of how to help most people, bila toka Kisii, and they don't have to come from Kisii. So long as they have a problem, they are our children, they are my children. Na hiyo tu ndio nitawaeleza. Lakini hiyo Ruto alishinda wale wengine, and even if you look at it right now, it is as confused as it gets. You know, who could we support to take out Ruto? There's nobody. Na nikiwaambia namna hiyo, wengine wananitusi, wanasikia mbaya nini, lakini the reality still remains the reality. Ruto is the most popular opposition or whatever leader there is in Kenya today. Na mkipata mwingine, weka mbele, alafu all the criticism that he will get in Kenya, he gets it, and if he wins, so be it, he wins. Sasa mnatafuta Matiang'i haonekani, Na nani aliwaambia Maraga anataka kuja parking rim rights? Hakuna. That's what I'll give you an example like Mzarendo. When you get people like Maraga who have done the perfect job, they don't want to come back in the rim light. They want to enjoy their retirement. Na ile walipata kwa serikali ndio hiyo, na that's the end of the story. Lakini ndio ulisema Mzalendo, hiyo manyumba wametengeneza kwa rural areas nini, we have to look into that. How do they get that money? How did all the governors in Kenya, be they UDA, be they ODM, all of them are as corrupt as they get. And if we can establish, the people who are really who should tell us what they have done for DCI and all this, they must be compromised or something. Because when you go, nikienda kama huko Kisii kwetu, unaambiwa na anybody what these guys have done, where they have got the money from, how they have done it. Like, do you want to tell me that there's no people that can add this? And then when you look at the national TV, unaona the opposition and the MPs, I mean the people who are really supposed to inform us about this, they're asking the president the negative questions that don't make sense to anybody but themselves and their masters, the opposition, so-called opposition, because that opposition has never come out to say that they are opposition. So who could you say is the opposition today in Kenya? That's a question I'm asking you. And therefore, who could win in Kenya in 2027? Because we can tell today who can go to 2027. Some of us are old enough to have seen all this progress gone in and out. But the younger generation, our JZ, they came to power, they came to political limelight when ODM, when Ruto have come around. Now, if they are addressing him, so be it. That's good. There's nothing wrong with that. But some of us who have been around the corner, the block and back, should ask him very direct questions. Who should we support to next time? Some of us, the thing that really pissed me off, it got me really negative to Ruto, is when he hired that plane from the Middle East. There is no country, there is no president of any country that goes hires a private plane and in a outfitted in all the gadgets, your privacy, your EG. And therefore, and no, the whole thing is negative. I don't have to explain it all the time, all the way. But ukiona vile amefanya and the way he speaks, who is there to take him out? Hiyo tu ndio nimemaliza kijana yako. Asante sana.
Good question, Ben. It's funny. How can an old president go to a foreign country and hire a plane and carry his family in that plane and compromising his security? Kenya, sometimes we joke too much. We just joke too much. If somebody wanted to finish the president, I'm telling you, they would have died with that on that plane with the whole of his family, because that plane is not even from Kenya. Now there could have been a diplomatic crisis between Kenya and the Emirates and UAE, where that plane came from. I don't know, Dubai. So that was a big mistake. But for the question that you asked, who is there to take out Ruto? Ruto almost lost. Had the Gen Z's been more, but the Gen Z's had been more lethal, or they had an end game. They didn't have an end game to whatever they were doing. I believe.
Waje ningia hapo kidogo Mzalendo. When after the elections, Ruto really lost when the maandamano kicked in, nearly to out. And when he cooled down and he took the Raila to the corner and whatever they did, that was the end of it. Now he been. This is the second time he's doing the same thing. So mimi nakwambia kwamba mzalendo, what you are saying is true. The GNC would have got him out, but now he has
Yeah,
bought the time.
they would have got it now, but now it's too late. They lost that window.
The same way the Mandamano, when the Mandamano started and they took Raila to the corner and they give him a little cash, that was it. We saw it. That's when we were debating it.
Today, Pen Nyagaka, Raila was greeting William Ruto. Today, I saw something like that, and we saw it coming. And I told people that the rift between Gachagua and William Ruto, the one person who is fueling it is one Raila Odinga, and Ruto is going to work with the Nyanza leaders moving forward, because this is somebody who has been cornered. Even if you look at the arithmetic where Ruto can get political backing, you remember when Kibaki was cornered in 2000, and was it in 2007? When he was cornered in 2007, he looked for one Kalonzo Musyoka.
Yes, and they looked for Nyatai. Nyatai gave all the MPs from DC.
Yes, and Nyatai to help him out. So when he looked, so they looked for all, they will look for all these leaders and see who can help them out. So right now, the only person who can help William Ruto in his government is one Raila Odinga. Without Raila Odinga, his government will be very, very shaky. So what the Gen Zs have already questioned is the legitimacy of Ruto's government. And it lacks legitimacy as we speak. He was for a president to agree to meet these people, these young Kenyans, that it means that they've really pushed him to the wall. All right, they've really pushed him to the wall. So this is something that I believe is a conversation that should be going on. The Gen Zs have really opened our eyes. They have really pushed the buttons, the right buttons. Forget about what we have been pushing since 1992. Yeah, these kids have pushed the right button, and they know and they executed what they wanted. The only thing that people thought is that they wanted to topple the government of William Ruto. I think that was not part of their agenda. Part of the agenda was just to be heard, to bring the finance bill down, which they did. The other checklist was to occupy parliament. They also did that. But what I'm begging them right now, because they seem to have a lot of power, they have a lot of power. They can change a lot of things in Kenya. They need to move to the county government and scrutinize what is happening in the county government. The theft that is happening there is too much. It's too much. If they can bring one governor down or two or the 47 of them, then that would be a good thing for the Republic of Kenya. But you can imagine right now, the finance bill, the money that the government wanted to spend has been reduced by half, courtesy of the Gen Z.
That is true.
We must live within our means. This is a country that is not living within its means. Yeah. Whatever little that we are getting, we are eating everything and then going to borrow from the neighbor's house. Yeah. Imagine, Pen Nyagaka, you have done your own shopping and your kids are very greedy. You have a family that is very greedy. When you go to Walmart, you shop for a whole month, but they eat everything in a day. Yeah, so you are forced to go and borrow from your neighbor is shopping so that you can feed your family, or borrow money elsewhere so that you can feed this country called Kenya. There are so many loopholes. Now, ukileta shopping bag kutoka kwa supermarket, mwingine amekimbia na sukari anaenda kuilamba huko na marafiki zake, mwingine ameenda na cornflakes, ameenda na chumvi, mwingine ameenda na nyama, wanaenda kupika huko jioni bwana, hakuna kitu kwa fridge. So that is what is happening in Kenya. Mzee akirudi anapata, Ruto akirudi anapata hii nchi bwana haina kitu. Yeye is very very busy, anatembea huku na huku na huku na huku, anadhani aliwacha chakula kwa nyumba. Hakuna kitu kwa nyumba, wamekula yote, wamepora. Wamepora. I mean, that analogy is that simple. Wanapora everything that inaweza porwa, wanazipora zote. Now I have Kimanzi Mzalendo now living within our means. What does it mean in to the general economy? You've asked a good question, good year. Living within our means, it simply means that we tighten our belt. We don't live beyond our means. Yeah, this is a country that we don't have anything, any minerals. We only depend on our tax base, and the coffee sector had collapsed a long time. The tea, and even and the flower industry. Those are the horticultural industry. Those are the exports that we used to get some kind of revenue, but that is not enough because long time we didn't have this county government. Now, this county government is eating a lot of what we are getting. If it is for money that we earn from our exports, it is not enough to feed this family called Kenya, because it has been devolved in so many small units, and all of them need money. Now, the other ones are coming again with 1 man, 1 shilling formula, meaning they want even more for themselves. So this is what is ailing the country until the issue of the county governments are devolved. In fact, the issue of the constitution is resolved. Then we can have a good country that we live within our means. This constitution was made for to remove Moi from power. This constitution was just designed for a bad leader. In case you have a bad leader who is a tyrant, who does not want to bring development to people who didn't vote for him or her, then devolved government or the county government can cushion or can serve the people. So that is the more reason why this. Yes. Yeah.
Wacha nikukaje nikuambia kwamba vile umesema hiyo constitution, it was not even to remove Moi, it was to keep Raila out of government. That's what the whole constitution was made against Raila. And if you can remember, when Raila accepted with it, agreed with it, a lot of people that were in ODM were very mad, were seriously didn't like it. But because it was written so that Raila can review it, ilikuwa imeandikwa mzuri ya kwanza, lakini ya pili when they revised it, they wanted Raila to deny it and repeat the 2005 scenario when the ODM was formed. The Raila, big what Raila is, he agreed with it. Na sasa we are having the consequences ya kuandikia mtu mmoja constitution. Iliandikwa against Raila, lakini we are now living the results of what that was. Kwa sababu wangeenda hii ya prime minister hii Ruto alikuwa anasema this government we could have had like 10, 15 governments all this time. But this constitution is written that 5 tribes can rule Kenya for as long as they want. We have to face the reality and we have to stop the truth for what it is. This constitution is written for big tribes. So if you have, if you have the numbers of the tribes, you will rule. That's how this constitution is written. And if we didn't have anything to do with it, it was Kikuyu, sorry to say, but most of them was the Kikuyus who went, I think it was removed something, and he changed it from the old constitution to this constitution we are having right now. Which was
you see, this constitution, the chapter of devolution even made people like Dr. Odhiambo Mbaye lose their lives, because people did not understand when he brought the chapter of wrote the chapter of devolution. They carried the regime of Mike Kibaki thought that now this guy, he wants to remove power from the presidency and take it to the village, to other people in the village, so that the president will not be powerful. You know, that's how people were thinking. That is how the previous regime was thinking. But Odhiambo Mai, in his own wisdom, that was a good chapter. And before he died, he said, you know, the presidency will no longer be very, very important for the small communities, because you have devolved units which will work for the people. But right now, the devolved units are working for one individual called a governor and the executive. They're the ones who are eating the money. Just like the same way, then in the national government, the money that we collect is working for William Ruto and his friends. That is what we see. And that is what is bringing the whole problem. So we need to address this issue of the constitution. And I don't agree with the position of the prime minister. What I think, what I feel we should have is, we should have smaller units of, we should go back to the old boundaries of the provinces that we used to have, the Central Province, Nyanza Province, Western Province, and they should have a governor. Yeah, a governor who is very, very powerful, just like the president. Yeah, so the governor can, you see Penn in your state, a governor is so powerful that they have their own laws. Yeah, they have their own laws. They have they appoint their own sheriff, head of police. Yeah,
But
they are.
President, here America defies that the governors are more tribal than anything. Come on,
Yeah, they are,
Texas.
but you see, yeah, they are not even that they're tribe. Is it that they're tribal or they are inclined to their political party? That's the same way. That is the same way.
Exactly.
Yeah, if you find a Republican governor, they work towards the policies of that particular political party that put him there. But look at our governors; they don't even work towards the political party, the policies of the political party that put them in office. They work towards the policies of the ruling party. It is just a confusion. They don't even know what they're doing.
Exactly. That's true.
Yeah, you see a governor for Wiper. Wiper is already a governor for Wiper, but he's taking directive from the national government, a different political party with its own agenda. Yeah, instead of looking at the agenda of the Wiper Democratic Movement or the ODM Democratic Movement, what it wanted to achieve for the people in Nyanza or in Western, they are looking at the national agenda. It is just stupidity. Hiyo ndio sasa ndio upumbavu. Yaani ukiona Wakenya saa zingine wanakuwa ni wajinga, ndio ndio ujinga wa hali ya juu. Unaona?
Wacha nikuulize mzalendo, wewe hata wewe ufikirie vizuri, think backward. Kwa sababu if there is no opposition party, this governor from Kabani, Wiper, who does he kiss on to? Who does he look forward to so that they can give him something from the national government? There is no opposition leader. If there was a strong opposition, then all these governors that were put there by that opposition will have to dash the music of what this governor, this opposition leader is talking about. But the other time from 2013 to 2018, 2013 to 20, yeah, from 2018 to 2022, the opposition had to get the money to the leader of the opposition from every government. And they did that. And you know that, I know that. But where do the ideas of mwananchi, where is the ODM people from CIS, who did they ask for help? So they go to the central government right now, which is already there. We would have a company, the person who is there. So we have a well-written constitution, except the personalities. The personalities, they should have really explained this what this constitution is talking about. Are not there. They are not. You know, this is what is a big difference between here in the United States and about Kenya. So the governors are the same. They are tribal, they are political. You look at this governor from no, NOM. About he says the most stupidest running ridiculous things. And it was what? He's still a governor because he's supporting Trump, who is their leader. But the governors in Kenya, who do they support? They don't have a leader.
No, the governors in Kenya are confused. They support the president and they support their political leader. They are just confused. They don't know, because the constitution says that the governors must work with the national government. They are there to implement the policies of the national government. Pole, Mr. Penn. Hey. Pole for unaona governor
their leader governor huko, excuse me, Mr. Leto, the leader in the ODM is as confused. He's going to Addis Ababa through Ruto. So who is not confused? You cannot just blame the guy.
Huyo na Ruto kwanza wanafaa kulipa taxpayers money. They've been transversing the whole of Africa na pesa yetu ya tax wakitafutia Raila kazi. I mean, what nonsense is that?
Raila was in Southern Sudan today.
Alikuwa wapi na pesa ya serikali?
Sindio?
So mimi nakwambia, I said one thing, and I you know, as much as we supported William Ruto when he's getting things wrong, we must tell him that you're getting things wrong. Now, this country is run by mafia. Have you ever watched those mafia movies? Yeah, there's certain gangs, you know, gangs controlling each and every sector of the country. Yeah, there is a gang in Machakos area, Kitui, blah blah, Makueni, called, their gang leader is called Kalonzo Musyoka. When you come to Western Coast, Nyanza and parts of Western Province, their gang leader is one Raila Odinga. When you come to Central right now, their gang leader is Gachagua. And when you come to Rift Valley and its environs, their gang leader is William Ruto. Now, this gang leader they have got loyalists, people who support them. Yeah, people who are hell-bent, even if the country is burning, but this man, we are going to support him till we die. Yeah. So these are the people Ruto was calling the other day kingpin. He was forgetting that he's also a kingpin in Rift Valley. So these kingpins are the ones who are controlling almost everything. When you are a good leader and you want to get into that table where they are dining, this mafia and the gang members, if you are not welcome in that table, wanakuambia huyu si moja wetu. Unasikiaga, that is the language. That is why you see people being kicked out in ODM. That is why you see UDA, they don't want people like Alfred Kirter. Well, that's why you see in Jubilee, they kicked out the people. They felt that, this is not part of us. So this is what is happening in our country. The country is divided into these groups. They are tribal, but they are more than mafia groups because they do business with the government. They have a lot of money that they flash around, just like gangsters. Just like gangsters. That's like Emmanuel Escobar. When Emmanuel Escobar stole so much, doing cocaine and all that, and the contrabands. He became very rich and popular, and he was elected. I think he was elected a governor at some point, and he used to give back.
Wacha nikueleze ya kwamba what you are saying, even yourself you will do it. Even myself,
I will not do it. What
listen, you have talking for 10 minutes. Can I answer the question? I'm accusing you, but I want you to listen. Anybody, when you are a leader of a democratic, not a dictatorship. A dictatorship is a different theory. A democratic, you will end up in that kind of deal. He did not get there from nowhere. He got there from somewhere. And there's some people who helped him. Kutoka 2013 mpaka 2018, ile pesa alikuwa anatumia everywhere ni Wakikuyu peke yake. Those were the people who were supporting him, paying for it. But when they changed, it was too late. Wacha niseme ya kwamba when I listen to you talk, I talk to Nigerians. Nawauliza, why did you guys vote for Peter Obi? Wengine ni malawyer, madaktari, maprofessor. Wanasema Nigeria is not like Africa. It's not like any countries that you can think of. We went to Biafra war, and we were defeated with our general Chuku, but we didn't won. But there are people, the Hausas, who are in the north, who have the money, their own money in north, that will never let the Igbo win. He won last time, but they knew that he would not let them win. So what you are saying about the tribes, the people who back you and they are gangsters and stuff like that, I agree. I know who comes to your place to stay? Who comes to eat in your house? That's your gangster right there. Unless you are going to be like Kibaki, who is wife kicking everybody out. I like him, Kibaki sana. Alichukua ile mzee walikuja na pombe na hiyo mzee akamwambia usirudi hapa tena. You will have those. It is up to you to choose the right direction. Kama tuseme hii Amerika vile umekaa hapa. Obama chose the right people, hired the right people. Was he controlled? Was he lied to when he killed Gaddafi? Yes. Was he controlled by the West? Yes. It's a Western product. It's not an African product. Even Ruto has done what he has done, but we hope that he can live to whoever in 2022. Only thing we pray, Saim Zarendo, is never to extend add the time, a minute, anything to this gentleman. Lakini vile anatufanya na vile the countries are being run, you are right. I cannot argue with that. Na hivyo ndivyo ilivyo. That's the reality. That's why I could listen to you forever, because what you are saying is what happens in every day that we see. But what can you do about it? When you ask yourself that question, you find nothing. Hakuna. But this guy, wanasema ni tag, ni nini, that's true. If you argue with that, then you are missing something in your head. This guy is doing the most ruthless things in Kenya. Kwa sababu, he went and bought the exactly what Kenyatta did. With Kenyatta, he wanted the easy life. He was borrowing, he was doing this, and he knew Raila was not going to ask him anything. He has bought Raila, knowing exactly what he's going to do. And it's not a very good picture for us. Vile wengi wanasema ni mbaya. Lakini, when I ask myself, Zarendo, what can you do about it? You come to neutral stop. You put the car in the neutral and stop. That's it. Hakuna kitu unafanya. Hivi amefanya watu vile wamefanya hii magavana wengine wanamfuata kama baba yao. All of them, nearly all of them. The senators, nearly all of them. The MPs, nearly all of them. Yes, we want to be Democrats. Lakini, ile serikali ya katikati ndio mzuri. Sio serikali ambayo inaenda one side forever. Na hii, tumeshinda mbaya sana. And it is just, you win so much, you are scared of winning. Trump anakuambia, you're scared of winning. That's the only thing that I can tell you. Lakini, most of the things that he has done, kama ni Ruto ni ukorofi peke yake, amesucceed kwa kufanya hiyo korofi yake. So
Ah,
I don't know
haya,
what you do to change him.
hakuna kitu tutafanya. Wacha tusikie kutoka kwa Black now that
Okay.
now that Trump amepatiwa immunity. Trump will come and shoot you and you'll take him nowhere.
No. It was taken back to the lower court. The High Court didn't decide that one.
No,
The
the Supreme Court has already ruled on that matter.
Yes, but it didn't touch that clause directly.
Okay.
It ruled
Okay,
on
Black.
9 issues. It ruled on 3. 6 of them, which one of this was not, had to go to Judge Jenkins, the judge who decided that. So what they have said is that now there is no time for appeal for this case to be before November 5th. So that's exactly what they have said. But all these are still there. The High Court was that the Justice Jackson, Kataja Brown Jackson, ukisoma judgment yake ana challenge you, unaiona kwa TV anywhere. Soma hiyo, tutazungumza juu yake baada. Huyo Kataja Jackson waliosomea sio mchezo, lakini wajaji walikuwa 6 of them, they agreed on 3 of the points, but those about walikataza, waliambia huyu mama aende kuangalia. Is because of that Kataja Jackson. Thank you,
all
sir.
Right. Hey, Black. The blackest man from Africa. Karibu Elda.
Blackest man out of Africa. Yeah, Ramie. Naendeleaje? Kama
Maraba.
Sawa kijana yangu.
Vipi mzalendo? Mzalendo ni mdogo wangu.
Wewe nilishakwambia wewe ni mtoto. Nilishakwambia hiyo maneno na usikii.
Mzalendo ni mdogo wangu.
Wacha nivae hiyo kofia. Ushanivalisha mimi ni mdogo wako.
Wacha ndo salimu wenzangu ambao wako kwenye comment section wherever they are watching us from, wale ambao watakuja kuwatch baada ya live show pia anawasalimu pia. I hope you all doing fine. And again, I want to also wish and pray for the families that lost their loved ones and they buried them today. They laid them to rest today. May the souls of the departed rest in peace. Kwa wale ambao walifariki kwa maandamano. Now, moving forward, nimekuwa nikifuatilia show and I love the debate. I love each and every point that imekuwa mentioned na imekuwa imeongelewa with the panelists. And I also wanted to add some little bit. Kama kwa hii interview tuliona ya Kindiki, he wasn't much diverging information as would have been expected, in my view, by the journalist who was interviewing him. Because like, you'd see ataulizwa even atasema kuna watu tunapeleka kotini hivi na hivi na hivi, wanaonekana hivi na hivi na hivi. Then the journalist will ask him, okay, fine, but then we also had some police that used excessive force on innocent wananchis, or at least innocent protesters. What about them? And he would instead respond to it, anauliza journalist, were you there? Did you see? Then the journalist will tell you, but we were covering everything live, so of course we all saw it. You know, when someone asks you to ulikuwa hapo uliona, the journalist na alikuwa wana cover hiyo live. So it's like I think when he came there he had already a predetermined mind that he's not gonna say much. He's gonna pass time paka push time paka interview time iishe, aondoke ende zake, you know. And the one thing I've never gotten to understand is this IPOA. Maybe you can assist me. Kuna kesi yoyote ya askari ambao muonanga zinakuanga prosecuted successfully through IPOA? Maybe if there is, mi sijui because siwezi kuwa najua kila kitu. Maybe one of you fellow panelists and viewers wherever you are watching us from, maybe peer you can comment the comment section and, you know, maybe educate me on cases by IPOA on cops ambazo wameshinda, and if any kuhusiana na mambo ya maandamano ever since independence until now, if there's any cop ambao ameshikwa after investigation by IPOA, maybe you can, you know, educate me on it. Mzalendo, maybe if you are aware of any, mzee wangu Penny, if you are aware of any, you can educate me on that. Because kila kitu kana ulizo, what about these cops who did this and this and that, anasema there's IPOA, so we wait for the investigations to conclude. And ulizo, do we have any specific timelines that we would expect? And it's like, no, I cannot tell any timelines. Just wait, you know. But when it comes to the watu wa maandamano, is so specific. Hawa tayari within 24 hours watapelekwa hivyo. So there was already some bias in the way he was speaking, and it's very unfortunate because I know him to be a very humble and a good man.
Black.
But, yes.
Wacha nikujibu ya kwamba, even if you didn't ask a question, hii kitu imeendelea for a long time. Kibaki came in when Abise boy alikuwa ameiba hadharani, anapewa pesa hadharani, everything was right there. Lakini when Kibaki came to power, they never went to court. Hata hii inaonekana ya jana, Mzee Kibaki never went that direction. That's where we lost him. Na hii ingine ambayo inakuja siku hizi tunaangalia hii nini, it is complex, yes, lakini hiyo na Kenyatta, when he came, he's talking about there's 2 billion being stolen every day, and you are the president. Na huyu Kibaki sasa ameingia, this guy invested, Black. So this guy is getting his investment back, and then he will start the government of Kenya. But Black, unajua sisi wengine kama mimi ni mtu ya una, lakini tutakumbana sana na watu kama hiyo, because if that's why they went to get to power so that they can steal from the Kenyan people, will not accept that. Lakini unaona vile wanafanya siku hizi, then you go from there. Endelea Maasa.
Yeah, so that was the fundamental question which I had, like on this IPOA. I mean, how effective has IPOA been?
Wow.
That's perhaps supposed to be an entire discussion altogether about this IPOA.
Black.
I think it's about
who is the head of IPOA? Do you know the head?
Mama ingine anaitwa kuamboka or something. Mama ingine anaitwa kuamboka or something. Ni Mugisi.
I remember my neighbor in Kenya is the spokesman for IPOA. I need to ask him that question.
Yeah.
I need to ask him that question. That Audi, if you are listening, please answer that question because this is very, very important.
Ndio nataka nirudishie maswali, a very good clear answer. IPOA, like vile ulikuwa unasema Mzalendo, there are organizations in the state, on the nation, about they are controlled by either Washington, but the state you are in. IPOA is the same thing. It is controlled by the state, and yes, you can put as good people as you want, but so long as these people have to be there, they have to be the direction of the government of the day. Those are institutions that are it's very hard to change. The Janago Black, Those are, you can change from the parliament. If you have compromised the parliament, you have gone very far. Now the judiciary, that's it. Yeah, boy, is just a piece of nothing. There, sorry, lakini the organizations about and are controlled by the state. Thank you very much.
So I was listening to him, alafu nifuatilia history IPOA, each time IPOA is gonna follow it and investigate all this and that, and the outcomes are never forthcoming. So that's why I was asking myself these questions which I've just asked. Perhaps it's about time that as a nation we start questioning this IPOA, its effectiveness, and is it as independent as it's supposed to be? How successful has it been in conducting their internal investigations of these police officers? And what are the performance when it comes to appraising its efficiency and effectiveness? Because we always believe that justice is supposed to be not only handed out or given out, but also supposed to be seen. So the seeing part is what I have not, in my view, like me now, personally, I've hardly seen any, and if any, maybe they happen without my, but from my knowledge, the ones that I've seen, the cases that I've seen, I hardly hear anything about a case of IPOA, mtu amekuwa prosecuted, police officer, maybe they did this crime and they are prosecuted by after investigation by IPOA. Maandamanos, I'm sure, as much as they may justify that walifanya certain actions for certain reasons, but for sure, since the inception of the country called Kenya, since we've had maandamanos, because as the other, we've had these cases where police who are kutumia extra force. There must be those that have broken the law while trying to disperse justice, or at least peace, so to say. And what has been done to them? What is the record by IPOA kuhusu hizi maandamano kutoka siku za kina Shikuku mpaka sasa hivi? Lazima kuna askari wenye walioivunja sheria. Nani kati ya askari alikuwa kuhukumiwa? Such things, such questions. And if it's not effective, then we should find a way of trying to make it effective, see where it is going wrong, where the weaknesses are to strengthen it, because justice should not only be dispensed to Kenyans when they break the law, but also it should be just as swift in its dispensing justice to the very officers that are supposed to be securing us. That's my view. And another thing, I wanted to also pass my my greatest what do you call this? Shukrani zangu for, is this one young man, one journalist, I think he was called Moha. I don't know if you've seen that story. The young man that saw an old woman engulfed katika hizi maandamano kwa hizi tear gas. Apparently this old woman was blind also. I was looking at that story and I felt so sad. I think Mzalendo, I should try and find that link and send it to you. Kuna kijana wakati wa maandamano venye ilikuwa ikifanyika, tear gas kitupwa bana. Tear gas ilitupwa mahali ambapo kuna mama mzee maskini na ni kipofu, sasa hawezi kujiondoa hapo. Bahati kuna cameraman alikuwa anajaribu kupiga picha, akaona kana shadow fulani hivi katika moshi, na hiyo ni kama mtu anajaribu kujishikilia katika hizi milango za stall za tao. Jaribu scratch, akaona huyu mtu amelemewa, acha niende nimuone. So akaacha kupiga picha, akakimbia hapo kwenda kuangalia. Fika hapo anapata ni mama mzee maskini, mnyanye kabisa, shosho na ni kipofu. Akabaki amembeba akamuondoa kwa hiyo nini, kwa tear gas. So I felt so sad looking at that story because I was thinking, I mean, when these things are happening, I mean, the police officers take time to look at, the environment where they land these tear gases. They throw these tear gases at where they land and the persons around this area. Ni kitu sad sana by the kuhusu hiyo shosho kupigwa hiyo tear gas na ni kipofu barabarani. Asante sana Moha, Mwenyezi Mungu akubariki, akuongeze zaidi na zaidi mahali ambapo umepundukiwa in any way whatsoever, because whatever you've done is a good gesture to that old woman. Simjui, but just by that story, I just felt like I should just say thank you to him on behalf of that old woman. Nitaachia hapo for now.
Asante sana Black for that story. I missed it. I missed it somehow. It didn't capture my attention. But there's some good people. It just tells you in the Kenyan society, there's still some good people out there who are ready to do good things. Sio kila mtu ni jambazi. Kuna watu wengine wamebaki wazuri. Pen.
Yeah, naambia Black, we want to hear more stories like that. That's very inspiring. That's why we kept quiet. You would not think that we are there, but we are listening very intensively. Na vile umezungumza mpaka kumaliza, Mzalendo amekusikiza, nimekusikiza na wengine wote wamekusikia. We want to hear stories like that, and they affect, everybody is affected differently. Now, to see where you are coming from is very deep, and we appreciate that. Some of us, kama mimi nasema kijana yangu, I mean it, because you talk a lot of stuff that I say, and I think that, did I tell this guy this? But I did. So when you empathize with those kind of tragedies, sisi wengine tunasema tunakuunga mkono, na kama ni kusaidia sema tu. There is no problem on this station. I think vile tumesema, nimemwa challenge Mzalendo, hii mama msichana alilete ya shule, atume shule. That's how we have to change. Kama huyu Mwaha alisema aliyasaidia huyu mama, kama hata wewe umsaidie shilingi 10 hatasikia mzuri, and they will be inspired, they stand strong. Mimi nikienda nyumbani nachekanga sana, because the people who are walking like they are crippled, when they see me they stand up.
Unaona pen. The story of Wendy. The story of Wendy is very sad. You know, the story of Wendy can make you cry. To how society is harsh. This girl, ukiona picha yake, when she was in school, she was very beautiful. Yani ni msichana mrembo sana akiwa shule. But akirudi nyumbani,
wacha nikueleze story yangu, iko very close, even worse than Wendy's. Mtoto ya kijana yangu alimaliza shule kitambo, lakini mwenda nyumbani this year, nimeweka shule, nimelipa kila mwezi, mtoto ananitumia makaratasi, kila kitu anapata kwa shule. So when you are telling me about that lady, mimi naona what I've always looked at issues as if they were not even existent. Kwa nini wewe asumbuke namna hii? But now you change the reality ya kwamba that is true. Hana shilingi 10, hana shilingi 20. So that is story unaniambia, nasikia naijua, lakini if you want to emphasize it, you can do that. Lakini nakwambia, nikiangalia huyu mtoto ya my brother, na huyu mtoto sasa akianza kukulilia kukuambia maneno ambayo she has gone through, yeye na wewe personally unashangaa, unajiuliza kwani nilikuwa wapi? So vile nani amesema ni vizuri sana, tujifurute, tutafika huko. We are in this country, we are very privileged, because say for example, wacha nikuulize Uzalina, mwisho nikuulize, mimi na wewe tumekuwa nyumbani unafanya kazi mzuri, unalipwa hiyo pesa unapata saa hii, na ukiwa nchi kama hii, you will find out that you have very many privileges that you don't even use. Ukiwa nyumbani umekuwa kwamba watu 10 ndio msaidie huyu, lakini tunasema mimi na wewe, hiyo ni umecut out 8 people already, and we are very privileged that we don't even see it, but if we see it will be okay. Waja lazima tuangalie kila kitu ambao tunafanya, tusiwe tunalia tu, this government is this government has done that. No, control the government yourself. Hiyo ndio mimi naniambia tukiona hata kama huko kwenu, if those all, everybody, Wajaluo wengi, my friends, wanacheka. There are some I politically play with, and there are some that I really tell the truth. Sasa wengine hao wananiambia ukweli, wananiambia unaniambia nani hiyo maneno, mwambia ukienda hospitali kupata watu ni wagonjwa, na waambie nyinyi wote na wagonjwa wanachua. Hiyo inanicheka sana. We laugh a lot, and that's how I grew up. Na kuona Kenya kama hiyo itakuwa mzuri sana. Vile nakwambiaga mzalendo, when I got lost in Roland, I was not scared kama mimi ni Mugisi. I was not seeing anything different. And I was 18, 19, 17. Sasa I'm even hanging with these guys. Tunakaa usiku kuja maparties na wasijana. Hey, my friend, sikuenda huko kwa sababu nilikuwa Mugisi, kwa nini na hii na hii na ile. No, let us bring the country of Kenya to that level, and we can. It's very simple, very very simple. Yani ukiangalia the president, the party ya sasa, watoto wameanza hiyo question. They are travelers. That's even number one thing. Unaona kila kitu travelers.
Unaona Ben, story ya huyu msichana, why it is unique. The uncles are well off. Mwingine yuko hapa Marekani, huyo ni mtoto wa ndugu yake, they cannot help, and these guys are living below poverty, yani ile umaskini ile kabisa, and this is the only girl ule amepita na B+.
I wish you remember that story when me and you are talking in private. I wish you remember that story, kwa sababu nina hiyo story na msichana alifanya alinyonga baadaye, and I was really mad at myself. Alikuwa amepoa hiyo masuri niambia yote. Alikuja hapa anasumbuka, wana nampiga. That's a wrong story, lakini huyo tutamsaidia. That's even a better candidate, kwa sababu so the other people are refused, but that's where people turn out to be.
No, that is our project. We are going to sit here after 2 years, 3 years, and see the progress of this guy, and then be proud of ourselves that we did something good in society.
And we'll tell her to go to a nursing school or a medical.
In fact, that is what I advised her. She is going to do nursing at KU.
And then you will get her here before the time, and she will help her brothers and sisters. And that's
exactly. That is what I told her to do.
For some of us, that's all we think about. Lazima kila mtu lazima usaidiwe. Lazima
hakuna mtu wote ule hakusaidiwa at some point in our life. Lazima usaidiwe na mtu, even in the smallest way utasaidiwa, na we pia will you give back to society. Sasa umepata kitu kidogo.
Mimi yangu ni mzee wangu, that's it. Alikuwa ananiona nyumbani, nimepewa barua nyingi ya kwenda kwa hii parties, kwa wedding, kwa funeral. Uzara niambia leo hiyo niangalie. Anaangalia anasema hiyo wewe shilingi 10,000 kwenda vitu yako. That's exactly what you are saying, Mzarendo. And they will analyze and give the money accordingly. That's the best way we can do. There's no easy things that come in life. Kama huyu msichana wetu amesumbuka, that's good. Kwa sababu sasa amekuwa hardened. No. Mimi nilichukua watoto shule mazuri sana nini. Ilienda kama shule ingine iko Chicago. There's a place there. It's not a Ivy school, but it's a Princeton League. But these people were like, anything you want in life, you have to work hard. Even there's a kid in the ghetto who makes A's, and it's a kid in the suburb who make A's. They are not the same. The kid in the ghetto is smarter than the kid in your private schools, because they come here, and when the first year they do good, the second year they cannot study because they are mixed with everybody now. So it's a very good argument, na hiyo tunatumia tusaidia mtoto kama huyu na wale wengine ambao watasaidika. If we can help, that would be good. Mimi sina taabu na kuhelp wengine. That's the key.
Even the young man, if you can get like Black is saying, the young man who rescued the old lady, just highlighting that story. Those are the good stories of life that people need to see out there. Sometimes it's not just about politics all the time. There are some good people in society that are doing very noble things, like helping that blind lady when she was being tear gassed, na kamtoa na rescue na risking his life. So Moa, we salute you as a freak wherever you are. If you find time, subscribe and join. And everybody who knows Moa, because 45,000 people watch a freak each and every day. So if you get time to find who this Moa is, we need to find him and just appreciate him and say thank you for the good job that you did on that particular day. So those are the good stories that we have to hear sometimes. So sometimes we come here every day, we complain about the government. Oh, Ruto this, Ruto that. Sometimes we have got good human life stories, your personal stories that can change things in society. These are the most important learning experiences that Penny, you can always give us that wise counsel and tell us, life is not always a bed of roses, but at the end of the day, there is some light in the tunnel, which God knows that each and every chapter you open in your life, you will be struggling in chapter 1, chapter 2, you'll be still struggling, chapter 3, chapter 4, chapter 5, when God now opens the ways for you. You realize that each and every chapter in your life was by design until you die. So that is what God has for everybody.
Those chapters are very good. And we thank very much wale wote wanaangalia Africa 24. We hope we don't disappoint you. But hizo chapter nasema Mzalendo is very true. But yambia watu wote, tell all the people that are listening to you. But these chapters are not 5 years, 4 years, 10 years, 20 years. It can be anything. And you change from there. Don't push yourself unless Mzalendo. If you have to move from one chapter to the next one, don't push yourself. Just find yourself in the next chapter. That's a hardship.
I always say that one day I will tell my story. One day huyu jamaa anaitwa Mzalendo I'll tell my story. But the one person who knows my story better than anybody else is that guy who comes here called Daru. Daru is my best friend. Yeah. Huyu jamaa anakuja hapa, tumetoka naye mbali sana. And our story is amazing. It's just one wonderful story that people can learn. After losing all your parents, then you are left in the streets. Mimi nikikwambia hii Nairobi nimekuwa chokora, hii Sabina Joy nimelala hapo na soda nikikunywa because I didn't have any place to sleep. That was the only club that was open them days for 24 hours. Na soda siku hizo ilikuwa ni shilingi 7. You go there with a Fanta, unaikunywa mpaka asubuhi, unaikunywa na straw mpaka asubuhi. Ukifika asubuhi, waiters wanamwaga maji kwa floor. Hey, toka bwana, tunataka kuosha. You walk out, unakuja unapanguza macho hivi, unaangalia, una stretch, ni kama umetoka kwa nyumba bwana, lakini umetoka tu kulala kwa club. So a life it's a journey, ndio uone watu wamefika mahali wamefika. It has been a struggle, and above all, God has been there, and we thank God for everything. But every lesson, every chapter in your life is important. It's a process. I remember Penny, my first check was 700 shillings. I was selling books at railways. Now Mali easy coach inasimama. I was employed by one of my uncles. Akaniambia ataniandika kazi. After 2 months, he wrote for me a check. After 2 months of working, akaniambia ndio hii check yako 700. So this 700, I had to cash it in Rongai Cooperative Bank. That was the only cooperative bank that could cash. They had an account there. So nikaenda. In my head, I was thinking that this 700, amesahau weka zero ingine. Maybe it is 7,000. When I reached the bank watasema this guy did a mistake. Wataongeza hiyo 7,000. When I was given 700, it was now 600 and something because of bank deduction. And remember, kutoka Rongai city center mpaka Rongai then was 50 shillings. So kurudi, I had like 500 shillings in my pocket, and that was my salary for so many months, 700 bob. And I worked there diligently, opening the bookshop every day. But in that opening of the bookshop every day, I looked for other businesses to do. Then that 500 nikaenda kuchukua manguo pale Kikomba na mashati manini na matai na zimach, and then I dressed all the lawyers in the city center. And in every Friday, then I would get my paycheck from the lawyers in the city center. Then I had goodwill with the women who were selling clothes. They would give me clothes for free and go and sell, and then I get my commission. After that, nakuletea nguo, kama ni jeans, kama ni suti, you pay me, and then I go back and pay the owners of the clothes, and I take my money. So I survived like that for a very long time, but that is a story for another day. So we have got very interesting stories coming up on Africa. Those are personal stories. Yeah.
Mzalendo.
Yeah.
Kusema stories kama hiyo ni mzuri sana. There's nothing wrong. I hope hii ready yenu itafanya vitu kama mastori kama hizo.
No, we are heading there.
Wacha nikwambie mimi niliambiwa tu nimekuwa mwalimu nikakubali. Lakini mshahara yetu ilikuwa 250 shillings. Kenya shillings. And ukiwa mshahara bali nilikuwa, you are the richest nigga in town. Unaenda kila shop unasema mpatie mama kilo 10, kilo 1. Everybody. Sio kilo 10. No. Kilo 2, kilo 1. And you did that, and I enjoyed life until I came to United States. Nilikuwa mwalimu. Lakini I was like told, madari alikuwa amemaliza hiyo vitu, wananiambia tu kwenda ufanye walimu wale fulani. Sasa I was really not even prepared, lakini ukipata hiyo mshahara, wewe unapata 7,000. Hiyo ilikuwa pesa mingi. Hiyo mwaka yetu ilikuwa nyumba 74.
Nimekuambia 700 na unajua hii ni hapa 90.
Sasa tulipatiwa 250.
Wewe 250 in the 70s.
Mwalimu.
Yeah, 250 in the 70s. Nyumba ya Jericho ama ya Buruburu, Buruburu, hizo nyumba za Buruburu ulikuwa unalipa umoja ulikuwa unalipa 80 shillings per month, alafu owner occupier Buruburu ulikuwa unalipa I think it's 100 or 200 bob, alafu unakuwa na hiyo nyumba kama ni yako. Lakini wazee wa enzi zako wengi walikataa kuchukua hizo manyumba, wale walikuwa wanafanya civil service. Wale walichukua, walijanjaruka mapema ni wale wa Kikuyu, wale na Wajaluo wachache sana.
Wakisii ile usikia unasema hiyo story kila siku, lakini Wakisii wote walipata hizo manyumba. Wakisii wote ambao walifanya city hall, walikuwa wanafanya na serikali, Wakisii walipata hiyo. Ukienda huko kwenu bali you grow up vile unasema all the time, ulize Wakisii ambao walikuwa huko, utashangaa sana.
Unaona pen where I differ with you. You know, the Kisii community generally, that was a rural based community. They started coming to Nairobi not very early. They came
in the years you talk about. In the years you talk about, yes.
Yes, no, I
agree with you 100%. Except the years you talk about, this is when the Kisis moved from Kisii to Nairobi.
Yeah, exactly. They started moving in the 80s. Sasa ndio wakaanza kidogo tu 80s, upper late 70s to the 80s. I remember in Isili, where I grew up, in Isili there were only 2 Kisis families in the whole of Isili. Ikuwa kama ni wengi walikuwa 3.
Agree.
Watatu peke yake, watatu wa Kisii, watatu, and I used to know them.
Akini kijua ngumu.
Wacha nipatie black kidogo bwana, tusizidi tutaribu.
Mimi nimekutumia tu ile link ya hiyo story. It was a story by Citizen, but it's 14 minutes long, so I don't know if you're able to play all of it, or you can just take the beginning up to halfway point maybe, and then we can talk more. It's a long story. I sent you the link. I don't know if you've seen it. Umeona Mzalendo? Mzalendo?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Black? Black tena ametoka. Pen, are you there?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Black has dropped. So I have the link now. I have to download it. I need it to come so that you have the conversation as I download it in the system. You know,
yeah, no problem.
So that story, the story of the Kisii community and how they metamorphosized into this big community in Nairobi. It's still there are still not so many of them, but they are sizable.
The Kisii community ukifika Nairobi, kama mimi ni Kisii lakini I never grew up around that kind of environment. There's everything. Mtu always kuzungumza hapa Kijaluo, lakini si Kijaluo siku hizi imepotea kidogo. So when I go and talk to these people on the down low level, utacheka mpaka ulala. They will tell you without the rain or digger, the oral case is dying. How is that dying? Because the rain has said it's gonna die. Ukienda nyumbani, hiyo vitu ndio mimi nasikiza all the time, lakini it is very clear. Kama huyu na yule, I will not support him. Lakini kama mzalendo utasema unasupport, tutamsupport. Ndio mimi nasema Raila Odinga. Ndio mimi nasema akishinda elections, I will support the thing. Hata mimi nazungumza na Kijaluo na yeye. Ninaambia watu wa Kisii wanasikia mbaya. Mzalendo, there was one time he came here with Pongwai. Hello? Hello?
No, I can hear you. Oh my God.
Yeah, there was one time Raila Odinga came here in Dallas to the Pongwai. Na wakaniita. But the way is a personal friend sikwenda. Hii watu tulikuwa nakaa na hao wote walikuwa ODM na wapia. Unaona, mimi nikienda nakaa huko juu. Lakini hii mkienda mimi kama raia wakasikia mbaya nikacheka. But that's how reality is.
Penny unanisikia? Penny unanisikia? Yeah, just continue with the conversation. And I'm trying to download something here. Just continue na your story. I'm downloading something.
Okay.
You'll not hear my voice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hiyo ndio nasema ni kazi ngumu sana na tufanyia mzalendo na hatuwezi we can't see that as a joke. Hiyo ni ngumu sana kuzungumza na hii watu yote ambao unayo na unanipatia ni wakati ni wangu ni ngumu. Nataka niulize kidogo ndio tuendelee. Lakini one ya mwisho ni kwamba sisi wa Kenya lazima tupate akili ya kutosha ya kuambia Ruto aende nyumbani wa Ruto paki, lakini ufanye vitu fulani. That's where we are. Sisi namwambia Ruto akae, lakini atueleze vitu fulani anafanya namna gani. Lakini these other games Ruto has to go nini mzalendo, this is a very hard for us. Itakuwa ngumu sana. Na vile unakuambianga mzalendo mulinishinda. Last time you said this guy Nani Ruto has to accept what the young people have said, and he accepted the way you wanted him to. Tuendelee, lakini mutuambie what the future looks like. So hakuna, there's nobody, there's no opposition party in Kenya. Na hiyo ya Ruto peke yake watu wamekataa. So let us come all together and form a union to help the Kenyan people for what they are. Sisi ni watu tunapendana. Hakuna watu wanachukia wengine. Wakisi ukipata Wakisi wakilima huko Narok na Wajaluo na Wakuli, kila mtu ni pesa yako inakuleta huko. Everywhere in Kenya, it is your money that sustains you. Na hiyo mzalendo ndio nasema once and for all. Hakuna mtu anaenda mahali popote na anafanyiwa vitu mbaya. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Kama huko Kisii kwetu ukika, nimepata wasichana wa kamba wengi sana wameolewa huko Kisii. Tawauliza kwa nini mnaolewa hapa? Wananisema, waniambia hapa iko chakula. Unafikiri hizo wakamba ni wasibu? Sisi tunajua ile tunataka. Unacheka sana. There is nothing wrong with the argument of what the Kenya is all about. Ile ingine ni kucheza tu. Tuendelee huko Nyanza tufanye ile inatakikana. Lakini magazeti, the newspapers and TVs and all that, magazeti yote inatuudhi sana Wakisii. Mzalendo, wanafikiri sisi Wakisii hapana iko Nyanza. When they talk about Nyanza, the all newspaper industry, when they talk about Nyanza, they mean Luo Nyanza. They are not talking about Kuria Nyanza, Luya Nyanza, Kisii Nyanza. Kuna wengi sana, Waluya wako wengi, Wakuria ni wengi na Wakisii ni wengi. But all these people are in Nyanza. When the media says, yani kisema kitu kama Nyanza, it means Luo Nyanza. My friend, grow up, get better. Because Wakisii wako hapo, Wakuria wako hapo, Waluya wako hapo, and yes, Wajaluo wako. The Luo Nyanza, yes, the majority of the Luos. That's all. Lakini tukiendelea, basi tuendelee na hii watu young GC vile wanasema tuone what we can implement and what we cannot. What we can implement is many, because what this young GC is doing with the president is expressing what the people of Kenya have been complaining about for years, not 5 years, not 2 years, not 3 years, for many years. People of Kenya have been crying. Wanakasirika. Now why you guys are making money and we are not doing anything? Why you guys are making money na tukienda nyumbani tunapata hakuna kitu tunafanya? You know, it is very bad. So the young generation is complaining about the right ideas, the right things ya kufanywa ili watu wasikie mzuri. Kama hamwezi kufanya the right things, the young generation is going to change Kenya to the worst. Lakini hiyo Ruto, we hope he was sent. We hope he can understand really what the young generation is talking about. Sio watoto yake kashari nini. No, Zalendo. What we are saying is we hope these guys can understand the reality ya kwamba watoto wa Kenya wamekasirika na wamesikia baya. Na sisi, yes, we have tried to help them, but they say they want more and more. But this is the more they want, and this is the government, they have to ask them more. There's nothing wrong with that. Ingekuwa serikali ya nani Oginga Odinga imeulizwa maswali mingi, you know. So what these guys are doing is good, and let them continue doing what they are doing. Okay, Mr.
I agree with you. And because you know, as an elder, you always speak some wisdom to us. These young people, Ruto had so many promises. That is one thing that I've learned in leadership, that don't promise what you can't deliver. There was a time I was taught something that is so important. If you have got children, don't promise them that baba leo ndakuletea baiskeli, and then you don't come with it. What happens when you don't come with it? That is what we saw on the streets. When you promise your children that you're going to give them jobs and all that, and then you don't come with it in the evening, that is what happened to Ruto. When you promise your small child that you're going to buy them their favorite toy, or you are going to buy for them a ball, and then you don't come with it, and then you don't do it once, you do it every other time.
Mzalendo. Mzalendo.
Yes.
I have that story, but in a very negative way.
Yes. Go ahead.
Huyu mtu nilimwambia akileta ripoti kadi kama hiyo, it doesn't matter what it is, tamchapa. Na alileta hiyo ripoti kadi na ilikuwa birthday yake. Na nilimchapa pia nilipromise. Sasa wengine hawakuniacha ni sahau hiyo story. Wasema wewe that you are big. The point I was trying to make is what you are saying right now. Lakini hiyo point, I spent more than 20 years to pay back the debt about
Exactly. It will. That is something they don't forget. Remember that.
Yeah.
Remember that.
Hata sio yeye aliniambia ni wengine.
Yeah, hawezi lakini hiyo. That's what they talk about.
Unaona hiyo kitu unasema promise. Sometimes weigh the promises must.
Weigh the promise. You promise what you can. Don't promise things that I remember.
Wakati hiyo sisi wengine tulikuwa tunatoka ushago hatujui maneno ya birthday nini.
Wewe sikia kuna I promise.
Hiyo mtu amemaliza Purdue University yako back marriage Chicago. Lakini nacheka wengine wakiniuliza hiyo story nacheka.
Sasa sikia, I remember I promised to my son another time ati akikuwa number 1, this time akikuwa number 1 nitamnunulia go-kart. And at that time we were at Nakumat Junction next to Nyayo Stadium. So we were doing some shopping, and then we saw that go-kart, and then I told him, if you become number 1, I'll buy for you that thing. Do you know this boy became #1, and he asked for his present, the go-kart. I know how much that go-kart was. 200,000. Mimi nitoe 200,000. Ay. Wapi? Boss. Nikasema, I promised some things that I couldn't afford.
You did wrong. You did wrong.
That is the thing. That is what is happening to William Ruto.
I have promised, but I've never that. Yani kuna mtu mwingine alikuwa ananichukua kwa mora ambayo nilikuwa mpya, ana spend over $300 every 2 weeks. Sasa huyu mwingine nikauliza wengine, kwa nini nyinyi amuulize na huyu anauliza? Wanacheka, waliambia si huyu unampromise akipata S atafanya hivi atafanya hivi, na anapata ndio unamnunulia, ananunua hiyo mpya anawapatia ile mzee. So ukipromise you have to pay up, you have to adjust. Hiyo watoto ni wazuri sana, you have to adjust, lakini upromise unapromise.
Yeah, so whatever Ruto had promised, he cannot give these children whatever he had promised. So right now, you have to adjust. You have just given us the word. You have to adjust. Now he is adjusting to accommodate his promises. So he has to adjust and he has to accommodate his children with the promises that he made. Kama ni jobs, lazima sasa atawatafutia kazi in the public sector. And possibly the private sector, because it is now on his desk, and it is upon him as the president of the nation to do what he should do as the president to ensure that we have stability. Penny, somebody wrote a very nice article. A Sudanese. I read that article, and it's something that is so important. Getting people are excited that there is no law and order in Kenya, and some quarters, especially people on the minority side, they were now very excited that Ruto's government is coming down. But you see, the anarchy that was going to follow Ruto coming down. For example, if you had the army taking over, because they didn't want anybody from Ruto's regime to take over. So if the army took over, for example, then what? Then we will all be satisfied that now we are being ruled by the military, and now we are okay with that. Then a military that comes in becomes again dictatorial. No freedoms, no nothing. The constitution is put aside. They rule with the authority.
Uzalendo. Before you go to details of that, we as Kenyans of today, then we are living and we are seeing what's happening, is to thank General Tonche. What you are saying, I think from now to morning is the same thing. Nikwambia, we have to thank General Tonche. He was, when Ruto, Raila, Moi lost the election, he was brought to take over the government with Toto Man. Ulikuwa mnamuhitaji?
Be what?
Alikubaliwa na be what? Aseme amekubali aendelee na serikali. General Tonche akamwambia sisi kazi yetu ni kukaa in the barracks and we don't know anything else. So the Kenyan government that we have today, the root anajua. There is no easy way. The way these guys have been disciplined, these are people who are under General Tonche, Kina Ogora, Kina Huyu amechukua. These are the people who are really trained in the command structure of the whatever aircraft, the army, the cricket. They know. And that's mzalendo hiyo ndo anakuambia tukubali sana maneno ya General Tonche. Ati huyu Ruto ame overthrown, my friend. General Tonche never accepted that. walimpatia kile kitu akataa, akasema kazi yetu ni kustay in the barracks and see what's wrong with it, sio kuja hapo kwa barabara. And this, I've heard some rumors that that's why they killed Muhammad. I mean, no, you Ogola. That's why they killed Ogola, because they knew Ogola would not go along with the plan. Maybe is this a rumor? Is this a truth? Is this what? We have to debate that. Lakini you know, and I know. You is still alive. Alikataza Moi is not going to the government to rule it. Kazi yake ni kusimama. Na hiyo wanatumia sheria yake moja ya how they change. Kama hapa America, it's just like America. The Air Force, the Army, whatever, they have their time. Then the guy did exactly that. There's nothing wrong. But he copied the shit from America.
No, but here in America, the president appoints.
But he has to appoint from that end.
Oh,
If it is the Air Force, if it is the same thing with the Kenya. Tukienda hapa Mzalendo tutaenda mbio sana.
All right. Wewe Penny, wacha tusalimia watu, then you give me your closing remarks. We have done almost 4 hours now. Good year. Thank you for being part of the team. And Penny, before you leave, check my number on the comment on the chat, on the private chat, and save it. And save it,
Okay.
please. So tell me whether you umeipata. Iko hapo, umeiona?
Okay, I'll do that right now.
Wacha nikuandikie tena. I think iko huko juu kabisa.
Okay.
Wacha nikuandikie tena 1197. Then yeah, I think the name that you'll get there is Nixon. Okay, I think you have it now. Yeah, so what we were saying is that we've had a good discussion this evening. Guys, on the comment section, I want to thank Black, who's been with us here, and ametoroka kidogo. Black, I got the video. I think I will download it. We'll play it tomorrow on our show. It was too huge. I need to edit it with my computer. Niko mbali kidogo na computer leo. That's why I couldn't go on with video. Good year. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being part of the team. Today, you guys were getting to each other's neck with awesome, and that's wonderful. I think the discussions there was very, very, very positive, very informative. Thank you so much. We hope that tomorrow our brother Leo will be back with this program. Otherwise, guys, it has been a nice evening. Good night, Tini. Thank you for keeping us company for the last 4 hours. It's been a pleasure having you in the show. Those who didn't, who happened to watch this program on X, make sure you subscribe on Afrique24. This is your #1 YouTube digital channel that brings you real stories, unlocking the African story. That is the motto for Afrique24. We'll be bringing for you a lot of personal stories, not just only politics. We also venture into issues of land. We have Dr. Mshamba show that comes if you have got a problem with the land succession and things like that. We have a professional here who has worked for the Lands Office for over 30 years. We'll be taking you through the process for free until you get your documents for land. We also have some love stories that come on Friday on Bed of Roses. You come join us on Bed of Roses at around 2 p.m. on every Friday Kenya time, so that we can have some good time talking just about mambo ya mapenzi. Mapenzi ni kitu moja bwana, si watu wengi wanaielewa.
lakini kuna expert pale wa mapenzi wanaweza tuambia kama Goody hapo wanaweza tuambia mambo ya mapenzi inaendaga namna gani, ama Awesome will be here to tell us how it happens, how you can have a successful marriage like Penny for 50 years or 60 years with the same person and still admiring the wrinkles. So I mean, that's part of life, and those who are in America, you're celebrating a holiday today, July 4th, Memorial Day. So this is the day most Americans are celebrating wherever they are. So asanteni sana and have a nice Memorial Day wherever you are, 4th of July. So kwa Kenya wale walikuwa wanajua ati 4th of July ni holiday America kwa sababu ya Gen Z. No, this is an official holiday in the US. It's not because the embassy is not because it's closed because of the demonstration. It is because it is closed because it is a national holiday in America. So get that right. That's why it's good to watch Africa so that you get information right about some of these things. Otherwise, asanteni sana for the company. Your host, Mzalendo. Let me leave you with the highlights that I've been making.
But what political leader can stand up and say, my party is a party of principles? For the party of Kennedy is also the party of Islam. The party of Jarvis is also the party of Goldwater. Where is our party? Where is the political party that will make it unnecessary to march on Washington? Where is the political party that will make it unnecessary to march in the streets of Birmingham? Where is the political party that will protect the citizen of Albany, Georgia? Do you know that in Albany, Georgia, 9 of our leaders have been indicted, not by the Dixiecrats, but by the federal government for peaceful protest? But what did the federal government do when Albany Deputy Sheriff beat Attorney C.B. King and left him half dead? What did the federal government do when local police officials kicked and assaulted the pregnant wife of Slater King and she lost her baby? Those who have said be patient and wait, we must say that we cannot be patient. We do not want our freedom gradually, but we want to be free now.
Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari